pioneer revolutionized farming, and we've been innovating ever since. 100 starts with one. Our 100th season starts with you.
Are you in the market for a used vehicle, or are you looking for a rental van or trailer? CMA Truck and Auto provides a variety of vehicles in a variety of price ranges, and Swiss City Vans offers rental services for a range of equipment. We invite you to visit us in person at the south edge of Berne on US 27, or to visit us online at cmatruckandauto.com, where you can sort our inventory by price range. You can also visit our Facebook page, where we keep in touch with our customers and promote giveaways. Enjoy the vehicle buying process without hidden fees or high-pressure sales at CMA.
Passion. It's inside the barn at 5 a.m. It's dirty boots, calloused hands, and the energy to keep going. Passion is every step, again and again. Passion. It's giving it the best you've got. It's hard work that pays off. Show right. Feed your passion.
Where you're going and how you get there matters. Along the way, the right financial guidance can make all the difference. That's why there's Everence. Together, charting your path with a full range of caring financial services. For starting out, growing your future, caring for loved ones, and sharing with others. In a life of faith and impact, it's your financial journey. Let's go. Visit us at everence.com/burn.
Any brand, any color. You break it, we'll fix it. Newspaw Mechanical is located just north of Berne, along with over 175 years of combined service in the field. Newspaw Mechanical offers a wide range of rental equipment and attachments. If you're looking to upgrade your equipment or starting from scratch, whether it's new or used, they can help to find the right machine for you. Stop and see the full line of Gale and Manitou equipment with leasing and financing options available, along with a full line of Manitou parts and attachments. Call 260-589-3802 to find out what we have to offer.
Arnold Lumber at 425 Winchester Street in Decatur is a complete building center for all building contractors and do-it-yourselfers. We supply every facet of building supplies that you will need to complete your next project, but we can also help you get the work done. We install doors, windows, overhead doors, and roofs locally when the materials are purchased from us. We install pole barn packages all over Indiana, Ohio, and southern Michigan, and we provide rooftop delivery with shingle purchases. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Friday and 7 to 12 on Saturday. Let us help you with all of your construction project needs.
Farming is more than a livelihood. It's a legacy. Simplot was founded by a hardworking farmer like you over 90 years ago, and we've been growing America's farms for generations. With local crop advisors grounded in your success, Simplot Grower Solutions is in your fields and by your side. We dig in deep to pinpoint what you need, where you need it, when you need it, even when the forecast is unpredictable.
Since opening Miller Land Surveying in 2005, we've grown to not only service Adams County, but the entire Northeast Indiana region. Business growth has led us to expand with additional field crews, advanced technology, locations in both Monroe and Fort Wayne. Miller Land Surveying partners with various clients to aid in residential and commercial real estate transactions, development of schools, industrial parks, subdivisions, various commercial development projects, and more. At Miller Land Surveying, precision and professionalism is where we draw the line.
At FM Investment Services, we continue to serve and advise our clients with dedication and experience, and our team includes 2 registered investment professionals. Lee Flickinger, with over 30 years of experience helping clients navigate their financial journeys, and Lori Garwood, bringing more than 25 years of investment expertise to the table. Together, Lee and Lori are committed to helping you achieve your financial goals, and supporting them is Tina Marbaugh, administrative assistant, who has 4.5 years of experience in the investment field. Call us today, 260-368-9939 to schedule your consultation. FM Investment Services, experience you can trust, advice you can count on.
At Zerker's Best One, we've changed our name to Best One of Monroe. Still the same family ownership, simply a new name. Same great people, same great service, same great prices. You know who we are.
We are serving customers first.
We are trustworthy.
We are passionate.
We are committed.
We are community focused.
We are locally owned.
We are the family you've depended on for over 70 years. We are Best One of Monroe.
Best One of Monroe, celebrating 75 years of selling tires, serving people.
Krukeberg Auction and Realty of Decatur is dedicated to providing you with a grand auction experience. Their stellar team has over 100 years of combined listing and sales experience, specializing in auctioning homes, personal property, land, farms, equipment, antiques, and business liquidations. Licensed in Indiana and Ohio, call Krukeberg Auction and Realty at 724-7402 or stop by 1030 South 13th Street in Decatur. Make the best choice by making Krukeberg Auction and Realty your first choice for a grand auction and realty experience.
Cooper Farms raises turkeys, hogs, and chickens for table eggs, using innovative, sustainable practices that protect our land, our water, and our animals. With over 2,500 team members and around 450 contract family farmers, we produce the highest quality essential food ingredients and products. Our family shares this legacy of stewardship with families, team members, our customers, and the community.
Here at the local Keystone Energy office in Monroe, our drivers, service technicians, administrative assistants, and sales staff are centered on you. We work hard to meet your energy needs with superior products and exceptional service.
We are here to lead with purpose, serve with impact, grow responsibly with our local community, embrace our roots and humble beginnings.
Keystone Cooperative Monroe team is centered on you.
Take charge of your finances with Financial Partners. FCU's You Choose Rewards credit card options. Choose a fixed rate card with an APR as low as 8.00% for consistent payments. Need a fresh start with credit? The Premier card offers a fixed 13.99% APR. Both require credit approval. Apply today at financialpartnersfcu.org. Financial Partners FCU. Member NCUA. Equal housing lender.
At Swiss Village, our mission is simple: pursuing life together. Every day, we create a community where life is full, active, and meaningful. Here, neighbors become friends, team members feel like family, and every moment matters. Whether you're searching for a vibrant place to live or a rewarding place to work, you'll find it here at Swiss Village. Swiss Village, pursuing life together. Learn more at swissvillage.org.
Leaky Farms Trucking, LLC is located outside of Berne, Indiana. Leaky Farms Trucking specializes in the transportation of ag and general commodities with a wide range of dump, belt, hopper, dry, van, refrigerated, tanker, and flatbed trailers. We would like to wish good luck to all 4-H'ers in the fair this year. Give John or Ted a call for any of your upcoming transportation needs. John at 260-525-4748 and Ted at 260-849-0770.
At the county, state, and national level. Please welcome Kevin Bencher to the Adams County Fair.
Well, good morning. We're here on the Berne Witness at the 2026 Adams County Fair. We've got the Dairy Show here this morning. My name is Mary Gerard. I'm here with Brian Gerard. We've got Clint Anderson here on the camera, and we're excited to have you with us this morning.
Yes, good morning. Thank you to Berne Witness for having us and allowing for us to do this today.
Yeah, it's a chilly morning so far this morning. We were sitting here in our T-shirts and had to go get some sweatshirts. A little chilly compared to the weather we've had so far this week. But if you're tuning in and watching, we've got some minis just walking here in the ring, mini 4-H'ers. Looks like we've got 11 of them. Brian, you go ahead and read through the list of who we've got here.
Yeah, so we've got Lydia Beer, Gannon Free, Layla Hurst, Henry Kunkel, Noah Markey, Scarlett Markey, Alexis Mosier, Jory Mosier, Delaney Ogg, and Adley Tonner.
There you go. That's our list of minis in the ring. Brian, maybe you can tell us a little bit, what is Mini 4-H? What are these Mini 4-Hers doing for maybe somebody who doesn't know or isn't involved in the 4-H program?
Yes, so Mini 4-H is a good introduction just into what 4-H is. It's usually a lot of younger siblings to a lot of 4-Hers, and as you'll see out here, a lot of parents or other 4-Hers are assisting. We'll have siblings, cousins, just about anybody who is related to these kids in any fashion. But these young kids are just out here learning, seeing what 4-H is all about. A lot of them are excited and looking forward to 4-H and just looking forward to the opportunity to get started and try it out. And so this is a great opportunity for them to do that.
Yeah, it kind of gets their nerves out, I guess, in a little bit, because then by the time they hit third grade and they're finally in 4-H, they've been in the ring a couple times, especially if they start the first year they're able in kindergarten. It's kindergarten to third grade is minis. And if they start, they've already got a couple years under their belt and being comfortable in the show ring, they kind of know what show day looks like. And so it's a good foundational experience, I think, to preparing them for big 4-H. That's when you want to call it big 4-H, but
yeah, as you'll see on the camera, you'll just see the judge going around and talking to these kids, and it's just a great opportunity for the kids to interact with the judge, see what it's like to be judged in this scenario, and just to be able to talk with somebody that you don't know. It's new to these kids, and so it's a good opportunity for them.
What kind of questions is the judge probably going to be asking the minis? Obviously, these aren't their animals, but they've got to have at least an understanding of the animal in the project. So what kind of things is he probably asking them?
Yeah, so for Mini 4-H, it's typically going to be a lot lighter questions.
So in the rings with the minis, we have Lydia Beer, Gannon Free, Layla Hurst, Henry Kunkel, Alexis Mosier, Delaney Ogg, and Adley Tonner.
Back to what I was saying, though, with the questions that the judge is going to ask the Mini 4-Hers, it's usually not very intense questions. It's probably asking what the name of the calf is and what their favorite part is and if they're excited to be out here. And so they're just trying to interact with the kids and allow for them to enjoy their time.
Yeah, and it's definitely a new experience for those of you who are watching on the webcast. You can see that first one there in line. That looks like it's Adley Tonner. The cow that she's working with, and looks like she's got Kale Beer as the 4-H'er there helping her. She comes barely to leg height on that cow. So it's definitely sometimes an intimidating experience for them to do something new like this. But as you can tell, I mean, all of them are smiling, they're happy, they're well composed, and they seem to just kind of be enjoying it, living in the moment, which is fun for them, the judge, to get to see a fresh group of kids who are excited and passionate.
Yeah, it's always a good start to the show, just to be able to see and all the smiles around the ring and everything else.
Yeah, just stay away from the speakers.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Adams County this morning to judge your dairy show, and starting off here this morning with the Mini 4-H'ers. Certainly appreciate all these young kids coming out here this morning, and the helpers that are helping the younger ones that need a little assistance. I appreciate them all coming out this morning, and this is the future for your dairy show, so we encourage these young kids to stay with it and keep working and keep improving. So let's give them all a nice round of applause for coming out here this morning.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. Looking at this list, you've got at least 3 of these kids out here. This is not only their first time, but first time in minis. So this is entirely a brand new experience for them. But they're also looking like they get a gift there. Miss Tazza is passing out some backpacks and some gifts from.
Okay, so that was our minis. Again, we're going to start on Class 1, the Ayrshire, Macy Mosier's. The Class 2 will have our Brown Swiss, and then Class 3.
Partnerships thrive, integrity leads the way, and dedication meets innovation. Tried and true. Trueland Equipment. We have the tools and services you need to work the land. A John Deere provider with a broad inventory, assisting you in service and technical support. We respond to your concerns quickly. For all your equipment needs, choose Trueland Equipment, where provider means partner.
Ms. Lehman Realtors and Auctioneers have been serving this great community since 1960.
We are here to help you through all stages of life.
From commercial properties
To auctions
to farmland and equipment
and owning your first home.
We have the expertise and experience you can count on.
Visit us in person or online at mslehman.com.
Welcome back here to the Dairy Show. We've got our first class of heifers here in the ring. It's our spring heifer calves. We've got 4 classes of them. Class 1 here is Ayrshire. Looks like we've got Macy Mosier. That calf was born March 26th. So, Brian, maybe you can explain to you, we've got some divisions. We've got spring heifers, winter heifers, fall and summer, maybe what the difference is and some of the birth dates that go along with it.
Yeah, so you're going to see as the show goes along that the calves are just going to keep getting bigger. Looks like the judge is going to
Here in the Ayrshire division this morning, we just have one individual in this class, but certainly a quality heifer the young ladies brought out here, a heifer that's really structurally correct and walking on a good set of feet and legs and well-deserving of a blue ribbon. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we're going to have Class 2 Brown Swiss. That's Fred Kunkel. And then in Class 3, your Holsteins, we need them on deck with that. Your results from Class 1, the Ayrshire, was Macy Mosier.
So we've got another spring heifer calf here walking in the ring. Maybe do you want to keep touching on, like you kind of said that they're going to continuously get larger as the show goes on, but
Yeah, and you'll notice also there's going to be a lot of really small classes that are going to move pretty quickly here. We got another one that's just a solo, and that's just because of how many different divisions there are. So as Mary said, we have the different seasons that they were born, but then you also have to break that out by breed. And so there's not very often that you're going to have a spring brown Swiss like this. And so that's why there's just one in the ring. But yeah, so we go by seasons here. So this is the spring division. And so looks like all of these are born in March, but that obviously can vary by a couple of months. And then after the spring, we'll go into winter. They're pretty self-explanatory. Looks like all of the winter ones are born in December. Fall looks like all in September. And then the summer, it looks like we've got June and July for that one.
yeah, looks like we've got 48 total cows that we're going to see in and out of this ring today. But once you start splitting those up by divisions and their age, then you go from age and break them up into their individual breeds. You get some really small classes. So it looks like Class 5, which we're going to see here in a little bit, is going to be our largest
in
class.
The Brown Swiss division of our spring calf. Just one exhibitor again, but another quality calf. A young man's brought out here, a heifer that's put together real nicely and evidently feeling good this morning. I think it likes the cool weather too, so thank him for coming out.
Okay, so up next we're going to need Class 3 Holsteins. That's going to be Bree Colhagen and Beckett Ogg. On deck, we have jerseys, and we're going to have a correction. We have two in that, Katie Ford and Charlie Ford on that. Results from Class 2, your Brown Swiss Spring Heifer Calves, Fred Kunkel.
Yeah, as we were mentioning, these classes are definitely going to be small. And one of our upcoming ones, Class 5 here, is the largest, and it's got 3 individuals in it. So these classes are definitely going to move quick, especially with the smaller divisions and stuff. But like we said, once you get them all split up, 48 calves will go pretty quick.
Yeah, and this will be a good class here to see how the judge handles multiple animals in one, just to see what he's looking for and the process that he goes about to pick a winner of it.
Yeah. Can you maybe explain a little bit to the difference in what he's looking for now? We've got some heifers. It's not going to be till much later in the show we really start to get to some 2-year-olds, 3-year-old cows. Looks like we've even got quite a few seniors and aged cows. But what might be the difference in what he's looking for now versus later in the show when he gets some older ones?
Yeah, so for these younger ones, these heifers, since there's no memory system on them, he's really going to be looking at their structure, their frame, and they call as dairy strength. And so it's just going to be a lot of how tall, how long are they, how do they walk, their feet and leg structure, and the rib structure, and all of those different things are the focal point of the heifers versus the cows that we'll see at a later point in the show.
Yeah, it's definitely a very different experience judging heifers to cows, especially both of us judged dairy judging in high school and FFA, and we definitely had a different experience when you're judging a heifer class than when you get cows in there, especially because you're not used to it sometimes.
Yeah, it's much harder because typically with the udder on a cow, it makes it a lot easier to separate the class, and so there's a lot of different details in that part that really sets people apart. And so with the heifers, you'll get some that are pretty easy to separate, but typically it's pretty close, especially with this class here. It's very similar style, but very similar structure, so it's tough for the judge to pick these.
Yeah, well, and even kind of when you're judging, there's like a ranking scorecard that shows how much different parts of the animal should rank, or like what's most important when you're judging, and the memory system's worth like 40% of that.
Yes.
In the Holstein division of our March calves out here this morning, we got 2 nice heifers out here. We're going to go ahead and start with the young man's heifer today. A heifer's just a little bit longer from head to tail, a little straighter over the top line, especially when on the move and walking on a desirable set of feet and legs. Over our heifer in second, the heifer is put together nicely. I'd just like to stretch her out a little bit more, make her a little longer from head to tail, and get her to hold that top line down a little bit. But 2 really nice heifers. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next, we need the Class 4 jerseys for the spring heifer calves. And on deck, we need Class 5, the winter heifer class of the Brown Swiss. The results from Class 3, your Holstein spring heifer calves. And first was Beckett Ogg, second, Bree Colhagen.
All right, that was our Class 3 of Holsteins. Still here in our spring heifer calves, we've got one more class with this jersey. 2 jerseys here coming in for Class 4 of our spring heifers.
And yeah, it seemed like the judge moved fairly quickly on that last one with 2 in the class, and so it looks like he's got a good grasp on the calves, and obviously the closer that they are in style, the longer it'll take him to dissect the class and choose a winner as well.
Yeah, he seems pretty decisive on that one. He kind of walked him and ended up picking him right in the order they were in, and he seemed pretty content with that. So it'll be interesting, like you said, when he gets a few more in there, how he wants to sort and how he's going to divide them up. We'll see maybe this next class that we've got after this with some Brown Swiss, hopefully some variation, and to see kind of what he's looking for. Every judge is a little different, so.
Yes, and it'll be interesting to see when he gets into some champion selections, just how he handles whenever you throw different breeds together. It'll make it a lot more difficult to pick from.
Yeah, we'll maybe get his bio here later this afternoon, but our judge is Kevin Benter. He's from Brownstown, Indiana. But just like you said, Brian, I mean, when you throw in multiple breeds together in the same Grand Drive, it's really when maybe his preferences start to come out a little bit. Maybe a breed he races, one that he grew up racing or showing or being involved in. And some judges typically just have their favorites, whatever that might be. So we'll be interested to see what those are.
Yeah, and just to clarify on that, so how this will work is we will go through all of these individual classes. We'll see all the heifers from the littlest ones, so starting the spring heifers, and then we'll end the heifers on the fall yearlings, it looks like. But then it'll go through and we'll see a champion of each breed. So we'll see the champion Ayrshire picked from the spring heifer Ayrshire and fall and summer, depending on if there's a class of those. So we'll see the champion of each breed at different stages of their life. But then once we have a champion of those, then we will see them pick a supreme heifer. It looks like the judge has got his placings on this one.
Here in the Jersey divisions, we got 2 quality heifers out here once again, and so I told the girls it's just a matter of preference what I like to see in a heifer this age. And the heifer that I'm going to start with, the heifer just got so much more width of chest and power about that front end than a real fancy heifer here in a second. I wouldn't wish he was just a little harder over the top line, a little straighter. That I give that advantage to our heifer in second, but the heifer in second, I really admire her dairy strength and quality throughout. Just needs a little time to mature and get a little more width and power to her to get ahead of that heifer in front of her. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have Class 5, your Brown Swiss Winter Heifer Calf class. On deck, we need the Class 6 Holsteins. The results from Class 4 in first was Charlie Ford, and second was Katie Ford in the Jersey Spring Heifer class.
Yeah, now we're getting ready to enter our first class with the division moving into the winter calves. So as we kind of mentioned, we've got first year heifer calves. So these are all calves that are under a year old. Then we'll move into yearlings, split up again into the spring, winter, fall yearlings. And then that's when we'll hit our grand drive for each of the breeds and to pick a champion supreme. So that supreme heifer will be between calves pretty much a year old and younger.
Yeah, so as we just go about the show, like I said, you'll see a big difference in the size as we go along. So now that we've moved out of spring and we are into winter, this is a 9-month difference in age gap from that last class to this class. And so it'll just continue to grow as we keep going.
And that's another point, too, of why they divide them up by those divisions, because it's a really difficult task to compare one that was born March 1st to one that was born February of the next year. I mean, that's nearly a year of time that that calf can look very, very different.
Yeah, and that's what we'll see when we get into the champion drive towards the end of this division. That's when it gets difficult because you're looking at totally different animals. But it's best that they start it by breaking them out into such small classes. Although it looks like they could just do more at once, they might as well break them out so that we can see the best of the best when we get to the champion drive.
When it gives all of those calves of the different ages and breeds like a fair chance when it comes to that final decision too, because not always the older or the biggest one's not always going to be the one who wins. That's definitely not the case, but it's hard. It's just hard to compare.
Yeah, they're more sound structurally as they get bigger, so it definitely tends to be the bigger ones that will win. But yeah, like you mentioned, it's good that we bring in the little ones, declare them as their class winners, and then get them into the to the champion drive.
Yeah. Looks like he's definitely working, like we said. I mean, this is his biggest class of 3 right now, and so he's kind of working them a little bit more than we've seen so far when you've only got one in there. But
yeah, and there will be some classes that are closer than others. Obviously, he's got a couple that he likes in this one, and so he's making sure that he takes his time to pick it right.
Well, we've got a few minutes, and we know he's kind of debating and working on this. Why don't you tell me a little bit your experience? I know we judged dairy in high school, but what'd you learn in dairy? What was kind of the highlights of dairy judging? What'd you do? Maybe talk a little bit about your experience there.
Yeah, so we judged for Adams Central FFA. and we had a very successful couple years there. It's a very enjoyable time, and the Adams Central team has been very successful over the past several years, and so we always have enjoyed that, and even now they've continued that success. It sounds like they have a team that will be participating in the Indianapolis National contest.
I think that's in October.
October,
yeah.
okay.
The National FFA Convention, there will be a team competing. Then if they win that contest, that's when they qualify to go. I think it's maybe in Scotland. So
in the Brown Swiss division here of our winter calves, we got 3 quality heifers out here. I'm going to go ahead and start with the heifer, just not because she's the biggest heifer in the class. She's the most complete heifer for me. She stands taller at the point of the shoulder. She's a little harder over the top line. She walks on a real desirable set of feet and legs, and I really like the length she exhibits from head to tail. She's really got some nice length to her and shows a lot of style and balance when on the move. Over the really nice heifer here in second. When she first come in, I kind of eyed this heifer and liked her, but she doesn't hold herself quite together as nicely over that top line as our heifer in first. I do give her an advantage. She does have more body capacity than the heifer in first, and just a really nice heifer there in second. Then the heifer rounding out the class here, really nice heifer. She's got that dairy strength about the front end, just not quite the size and scale and overall quality to move up today, but a really nice heifer in her own right. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have Class 6 Holstein, the winter heifer class. And then on deck is the Class 7 jerseys. Results from Class 5 year Brown Swiss winter heifer calves. In first, Christian Whirling. Second, Ellie Lingridge. And third, Tyson Minnick.
back to that, it looks like we've got a couple, like we were talking about with some of that Adams Central team. They will then, if they win the Indianapolis contest, the national contest that they're going to in October, they'll qualify for a chance to go judge in Scotland. I think that's a trip that would be amazing to tag along on too.
Yeah, it's a really neat opportunity just for high schoolers, and how it plays out, it could be college freshmen as well, just with the age range of when you can participate. But it's just a really cool opportunity that if you do well in that Indiana contest, that you get the opportunity to go to another country and judge, and just a really neat opportunity for them.
And I think at least a couple of those boys that are on that current team also were on a team with us when we judged, and we went to 2 national contests, and so we judged, where was it, Louisville and Harrisburg were the 2 national contests that we were able to judge at there in Pennsylvania. Maybe you can give a little insight when we're talking about dairy judging. What is it that we're doing? Obviously we're placing and we're giving reasons, but can you explain maybe what those are like, or what those 2 things are?
Yeah, so really it's a lot similar to what the judge is doing today. We aren't having kids show them around a ring, but typically you'll go into a barn, or they'll be bringing them out into somewhere, and they'll have a couple people either walking them around, setting them up, or sometimes it'll just be stationary and you're just looking at them as they're locked up in headlocks or something. But we're looking at the same thing as the judge is today, and so we are trying our best to place them the best we can, and then we will go and give reasons to the official judges of the show. And so how that works is typically it's 3 to 4 judges, and so they'll go through and they'll look at these classes before any of the contestants do, but then they'll come up with their official placings. It's always classes of 4, and so usually it's several different breeds. Depends on the contest. The national shows typically are bigger than the state shows, and so you're doing more in those. But you go through and you judge your classes, you place them how you want, and then you are tasked with giving reasons. And so it'll be a couple hours later. You then have to memorize your reasons on that class, and then you give them to those judges, and then they are grading you on both how they believe that you judged the class, and then on the set of reasons that you give. And so the reasons will be very similar to what the judge gives on these calves when he's announcing the placings. He'll talk through those things, and it's very similar terminology, and what we're looking for is what he is.
Yeah, you're essentially defending to the official judge who also looked at the same cows why you did what you did.
Yeah.
In the Holstein division, two really quality individuals out here, but we're just going to go ahead and start with this black heifer today. Just a really complete heifer out here this morning. You certainly admire the power she exhibits all the way through. You get there in front of her, and she's got that width and depth of chest and carries that width and power all the way through. But yet she's clean cut and really dairy, and I certainly admire the dairy quality she exhibits. Not taking anything away from the heifer in second. I told the young man here, nothing at all to be ashamed of, just a really quality heifer he's got here. She's really clean, and it's got that dairy strength about the front end. He's just getting beat by a really nice heifer today. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have Class 7 Jersey Winter Heifer class. And on deck we need the Class 8 Brown Swiss Fall Heifers. Your results from the Class 6 Holsteins, and first was Logan Beer, second Boca Huygen.
But yeah, I mean, especially reasons in a judging setting, you're defending kind of why you did what you did. So they're not only judging and critiquing the content of what you're saying, but your presentation. I mean, it's got to be memorized. You looked at those cows, like you said, I mean, it's probably 3-4 hours later, especially at some contests when you are placing and judging anywhere from 4 to 8 to sometimes, if you get into a national contest, up to 10 classes that you're looking at. Once you get to that point, they all run together. They all look the same. You don't remember what you looked at 4 hours ago. And so then you're trying to memorize the set of reasons and talk about the cows like you're looking at them. And that's maybe one perk that the judge has here in the ring over us. He gets to look at the cows live.
Yeah, that's definitely one thing that I think is a lot easier on the judge here today, is that he's got a class of 3 here, and when he goes to give his reasons on how he placed it, he gets to look at him live and talk through what he's doing, versus in the contest, you, like Mary said, you're doing it hours later, and you've seen so many more cows or heifers since then, and so it's all about how well can you remember them, how well can you remember why you did what you did.
And even taking notes, too, trying to remember just the tiniest details that maybe will spark something in you. But, I mean, at that point, that's when your brain starts to spin, and if you're on your 4th set of reasons of the day, you're memorizing a 4th set of a different class. They're probably all different ages. You've got anything from a Holstein heifer class to brown Swiss aged cows, and seriously, like, your brain starts to spin a little bit.
And we even see middle schoolers doing this, and that's a young group of kids to be trying to judge cattle like that, and just that they're new to looking at them and trying to determine placings for them, but then add on to that they have to try to memorize reasons for that matter. It's really impressive what some kids can accomplish in that, and it's great skill to have. It's really excels some kids in just their ability to speak, and to have those public speaking skills is really big for them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're not only... I think they can start in the 4-H division in, like, 3rd grade, and FFA when they hit 6th grade. So those are really young kids, too, especially if they've never grown up around dairy. They don't know cows very well, or livestock in general. Yeah. That they're learning how to look at them, how to place them, which is sometimes more difficult, I think, than even giving a set of reasons or learning the speaking part of it. But then on top of that, like you said, memorizing, giving those reasons, and defending it to a judge who likely does that for a living, it's kind of intimidating, especially as a 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th grader starting out. But obviously we've got a lot of Adams County 4-H members who judge for their various schools or FFA programs, and they're quite successful. So it's really, really impressive for these kids at a young age to be able to start doing that.
Yeah. And I think it helps them even more when they are participating in this contest today. Just being a 4-H member and showing calves will help you in that realm as well, just because you are showing them and you're raising them, and so you're seeing them and you're hearing your parents talk about what needs to be done, what you need to try to show off on your calf.
In this Jersey division, got a handy winner in this class for me today, a heifer that just stands so tall at the point of the shoulder, and she's got that dairy strength about the front end, and she just dairy from the tip of the nose to the tip of her tail and walks on a really nice set of feet and legs. Over nice, I think the heifer in second follows her a little more closely in her pattern. She's got that length about her as well. Just not the overall strength and power as our heifer in first. However, I do give her an advantage. She does show more body capacity than our heifer in first. Then the young lady coming out here in third, just a really nice calf in her own right. She just needs time to mature a little bit. You certainly admire the dairy quality she exhibits all the way through. Just needs a little time to develop and grow, and I think be a really nice heifer down the road. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next, starting the fall heifer calves, moving Class 8, your Brown Swiss. And on deck, we need Class 9, the Holsteins fall heifer class. Results from Class 7, the Jerseys in first was Macy Mosier. In second, Evie Ford. And third, Nora Graves.
We'll take a second here and thank some of our sponsors. It looks like we've got some of our 2026 dairy banquet sponsors are Becker Trucking, Best One of Monroe, Decatur Vet Hospital, Dubrook Farms, First Bank of Berne, Hummel's Meat, Lehman Feed Mill, Nussbaum Mechanical, and Shaneman Excavating. And then for dairy auction buyers last year, they want to go ahead and just say a few thank yous from the dairy committee here. Looks like we've got Beer Farms, Berne Ready Mix, F&M Bank, Farm Bureau Insurance, Graber Insurance, Keith and Lindsay Beer, Lauder Farms, MJS Transportation, and Shaneman Excavating. And then a special thank you to Lindsay Beer for creating the 2026 auction baskets for the dairy members. They'll use those tomorrow when the auction here at 4 p.m. here in the show ring.
Yep.
So if you are interested, come out tomorrow. We've got all of these exhibitors all week selling some of their animals here in the auction, and it's kind of a sad, bittersweet moment because it's the culmination of a really successful week for a lot of them, but for most of them, they're going to be walking away with an empty halter or something, which is hard after you've spent so much time kind of pouring into an animal. But yeah, it'll be a good night tomorrow night to see a lot of those 4-H members wrap up a good week.
And yeah, something that is different with the dairy division that we're watching here today is when they go through the auction, they are not selling their animals. They do it a little differently because these are not for meat. They're not to be butchered. These are to continue growing, especially the heifers, into cows and start calving and producing milk. And so these exhibitors, how the auction works for them is they take the showmanship winners of the dairy division, and so we'll see that towards the end of the show, and those winners of the showmanship get to sell in the auction. And so they will sell a basket, usually of cheeses and things like that. And so it looks like Lindsay Beer is the one who created those auction baskets this year. But yeah, so different divisions, different breeds will typically sell their animal. But for the dairy division, we will see the showmanship winners get the opportunity to sell an auction basket.
Yeah, it's a little different. I mean, I think them, and then, of course, like poultry doesn't bring in, like, the live animals to the auction or here in the show ring for the auction. But everybody else will kind of bring their calves through, their goats, their sheep, pigs, and everything like that. But, yeah, dairy's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got here a much bigger class, Class 8. It's our first one of the fall heifer calves. We've got some Brown Swiss in here. Looks like we've got Clayton Minnick, Tyson Minnick, Christian Whirling, and Ellie Lingrich. These are all calves born September 1st through November 30th. These are our fall calves.
Yeah, and it looks like they're all from September, which is interesting. They don't have to be. They could be anywhere through November 30th. But as we mentioned before, the bigger ones typically tend to win. Just That's not that they have to, but just usually when there's a bigger structure, bigger frame, that's going to put them at an advantage. And so we're seeing a lot of them right there at the beginning of that fall heifer range. And so it's just probably because they're going to be a lot bigger than if you were born in November. And so that's a big advantage for them to be born in early September.
Yeah, well, and we talked about this even with the starter calf show the other night. You're at the point where the bigger they are, the less you have to predict what they're going to be, if that makes sense. So when you get them a lot younger, sometimes you're judging them against some bigger calves, and you're almost looking at their potential or what they might be when they are all kind of at the same level playing field. So the older you can get them or the closer in age, it makes that a little bit more even kind of when you're judging them.
Yeah, and that's just kind of for all heifers. You're really looking at their potential because the end goal is for them to start calving and to start producing milk. And so the judge is really looking at these heifers as what can they be someday.
Their longevity for sure. Like mobility. I mean, we talked about the scorecard a little bit earlier. The fact that for heifers right now, there's no memory system on them, which in a lot of ways for judging, that accounts for a large majority. So when they don't have that, it leaves it up to everything else. And that's everything from their structure, how mobile and flexible and they are when they're out on the move, they're walking, and then definitely their potential once they have that first calf. How well are they going to be able to hold up, get themselves back and forth to the milking parlor and kind of do their jobs really. So I think that's different than most livestock shows. Dairy's unique where you're kind of looking a lot more at potential. Definitely how they are today for sure, but a lot more at the potential of them.
Yeah, because these are just animals that you're expecting to have around for a really long time. And when you look at the starter calf show, you're slightly looking at potential because you could bring them back as steers, but that's just one more year. And so typically those are around a 2-year range, whereas we're going to see 2-year-olds here pretty quick, and we're still at the beginning of their lives.
Maybe this is a fun trivia question since we're back into those now. How long do cows normally live?
Oh, boy.
Fun trivia question. I mean, we talk a lot about, obviously, the longevity, but...
Really nice group of heifers here in the Brown Swiss division. But with that being said, I think we got a handy winner here in this class. The young lady leading this heifer out, a heifer that just really exemplifies dairy quality to me. She's got that dairy quality about the head. She's got a real dairy head on her, and then you get to her shoulders, she's really clean cut, and she's hard over the top line, and just walks on a really nice set of feet and legs. If anything, I'd like to see her have just a little more body capacity and a little more depth of rib, but that's faulting a really nice heifer there. Then close placing for me here, second and third. I think the heifer in second follows our first place heifer's pattern just a little more correctly. She's a little harder over the top line. She blends in a little more smoothly there behind the shoulders than our heifer coming out here in third does, but a really nice close placing there in second and third. Then the heifer in fourth that rounds out the class, a really nice heifer in her own right. Just not quite as much dairy quality there about the front end, and like to see a little more body capacity to have her move up, but that's faulting a pretty correct heifer as well, so congratulations.
Okay, so up next we need Class 9, your Holsteins fall heifer class, and then Class 10 jerseys be on deck. Results from the Class 8 Brown Swiss: and first, Ellie Lingridge. Second, Tyson Minnick. Third, Clayton Minnick. And fourth, Christian Whirling.
Looks like we've got a class of some Holstein fall heifer calves walking in. Looks like we've got 2 of them here. Looks like Clay Beer and Beth Colhagen here for Class 9.
We want to do a few thank yous from the Dairy Committee for the dairy banquet sponsors from the 2026 banquet: Becker Trucking, Best One of Monroe, Decatur Veterinary Hospital, Dewbrook Farms, Dean Beer, First Bank of Berne, Hummel's Meat, Lehman Feed Mill, Nussbaum Mechanical, and Shaneman Excavating. Also, a big thank you to Lindsay Beer for creating the 2026 auction baskets. thank you for all the buyers from 2025. So the auction buyers from last year: Beer Farms, Berne Ready Mix, F&M Bank, Farm Bureau Insurance, Graver Insurance, Keith and Lindsay Beer, Lauder Farms, MJS Transportation, and Shaneman Excavating.
Now that we're working through some of these fall heifer calves, I think maybe here in a little bit we're going to be hearing from some other maybe former dairy judgers, and then some people who've either worked in the dairy industry or been involved. So we'll have a few guest appearances here in a little bit. But as we're kind of looking, like I said, this is Class 9 of Holstein fall heifer calves. We've got Clay Beer and Beth Colhagen.
Yeah, so I found some interesting statistics for your question.
Oh, you're answering my trivia question now?
Yeah, so
okay, we're ready.
My guess was going to be 8 years for a typical lifespan.
Were you pretty far off?
Well, so what I found is that a natural lifespan is 15 to 20 years.
Well, dang.
But typically, most dairy cows get culled at between 5 to 7 years. And so what that's saying is that although a cow could live 15 to 20 years, typically a dairy farm is going to look at getting rid of them after 5 to 7 years, just after having multiple calves. I'm guessing just they drop off in production quite a bit after 5 to 7 years, but it looks like their natural lifespan is surprisingly 15 to 20 years.
Interesting. How old are some of the ones? I mean, you've got, with your family being involved in dairy, what are some of the ages? Some of the cows you've got there, you got any that are 15, 20 years old?
No, I don't think we got any that are 15 to 20 years old. I think that there's none that have been around my whole life.
Two really nice heifers here in the Holstein division. The heifer that wins this class wins it fairly easy. Just got that nice uphill run to her and just extreme dairy all the way through, and just moves around the ring with so much style and balance. And not taking anything from a really nice black heifer here the young lady has in second. Just not quite as clean there in the withers, not quite the dairy quality all the way through, but two really nice heifers. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have your Class 10 Jersey Fall Heifer class. On deck we need Class 11, your Ayrshire Summer Yearling Heifers. Results from Class 9, your Holsteins. In first was Clay Beer, and second was Beth Colhagen.
Now we're moving into our last class here of the fall heifers. We've got, looks like a couple jerseys here. Katie Ford and Mila Mosier walking in the ring right now.
Yeah, and you'll see then we're going to move into the yearlings next. And so those are going to be ones that are now over a year old.
And since they're yearling heifers, the difference, they have not had a calf yet, but they're likely going to here in this next year once we switch to this next class after this one.
So exhibitors, tonight we have the Supreme Showmanship. That starts at 6 o'clock here in the show ring. They'll do the horse and pony, then poultry, then swine, then dairy. With that being said, for tonight, we're going to need 8 heifer calves. So we're going to use Class 8, 9, and 10 for tonight for the Supreme Showmanship. So Class 8, 9, and 10 will need you. Again, you'll be the 4th species to show tonight. That starts at 6 o'clock. So classes 8, 9, and 10, we need you for tonight.
And what Mike was just talking about there is tonight is the Supreme Showmanship, and that is the winner of every breed, every type of animal will then be the premier showman of that division. And so we'll see the premier showman of dairy. We've got one of sheep, goats, pigs, all those different animals, and then they show in Supreme Showmanship. And so the announcement that he was making is that they will be using a couple of animals out of each class. And so it looks like the judge is going to talk here.
2 nice heifers out here in the Jersey division, but we're going to start with the heifers. Just the most complete heifer out here today. She stands tall at that point of shoulder, and she's got that dairy strength about the front end. And she's just really hard over the top line. And it's that advantage and strength of top line and strength of loin that gets her over the real fancy heifer here in second. You certainly admire the dairy sharpness of this heifer in second. Just gets a little weak there in the loin, and then she gets a little high in the pins and not walking quite as nicely on those feet and legs as a heifer in first, but a nice heifer as well. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we need Class 11, your Ayrshire Summer Yearling heifers, and on deck your Class 12 Brown Swiss. Results from the Class 10 Jersey. And first was Katie Ford, and second was Mila Mosier.
So now we're moving into the yearlings, as we talked about. We got the summer yearlings, starting with the Ayrshires here. But yeah, back to the Supreme Showmanship point. How that works then is the winner of every animal type then goes in and competes for Supreme Showmanship, and so they'll all come into the ring and they'll all show different types of animals, and then they'll determine who the official Supreme Showman is of every type of animal, every breed. And so Mike was announcing that they will be using a couple of classes for that. They just pull some of these animals for those kids to show then. Yeah. And we are joined by our own Supreme Showman winner. And so maybe Mary can talk on that a little bit.
Yeah, I was going to say it's a really, really fun contest. You get the experience as a 4-H'er too.
Just got one heifer out here in the summer yearling class today, but another quality heifer brought out here. A very good representative for the Ayrshire breed. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have Class 12 Brown Swiss. And on deck, we need the Class 13 Holstein Summer Yearling heifers. Your results from the Class 11 Ayrshire was in first, Sophia Mudd.
We're going to take a break here quick from what Mary was commenting on, and we'll get back to that. But right now we are going to be joined by a special guest. We have Max Beer joining us to sit in for a little interview just about the dairy show and the dairy industry here. So welcome, Max. Good to have you.
Glad to be here. Thank you.
So yeah, if you just want to tell us a little bit about yourself. I'm sure a lot of our listeners already know who you are, but explain where you come from and what you do.
Well, I think we've been at this fair ever since I've been a kid, either myself, our kids, our grandkids, and now great-grandkids. So we run a dairy farm and grain farm out here, and actually we buy and sell heifers and sell fresh heifers to these big dairies. And, we enjoy the dairy business immensely. I'm fortunate I've got 2 sons in there with me, and we work together every day, and it's been a blessing.
Yeah. So tell us, how has 4-H kind of transitioned since you were in it? Well, what was it like back in your day?
Well, obviously the quality of the cattle has improved immensely. But by the same token, the numbers have certainly dwindled. I can remember when we couldn't get them all in the show ring. And today, now we have 1, 2, 3 in a class, and it's kind of a shame, but it's the dairy. At one time, this county was just full of dairymen, and today we're down to just a handful anymore. And so that's what's happened. It's kind of a sad deal, but it's the way it is. But it's still a great program for these kids, though. They learn a lot of work ethics. And sometimes I think it's good for them to. Winning isn't always the best thing. Sometimes if they lose, they learn some lifelong lessons also. So, but it's fun to come, and it's like I said, I wish today that the show was a little bigger again. I wish there was more cattle here, but it's just a sign of the times.
Yeah. And it looks like we got a pretty decent turnout here, at least,
yes.
Of support. And so
yes.
we got a lot of family and friends out here supporting these 4-H'ers.
Right. And today is a beautiful day to have a dairy show. These animals feel good. It's cool this morning. They feel good and they look good. And it's a great day for a show.
Yeah, and we noted on that just this big change in weather and the cooler temperatures is a big shift for these animals today.
Right.
What they've been used to the last several days.
It is. They feel more like eating and they look good today. So that's a great thing.
So can you hit on some what breeds you raise, what you showed when you were a kid?
We've always been with Holsteins, both red and white and black and white Holsteins, but that's what we've had all our life, and today at the show, the jerseys are almost more jerseys here than anything, Brown Swiss are prominent, and at one time, like I said, the Holsteins, you couldn't get them all in the ring. Today, it's really dwindled. But
3 nice Swiss heifers out here in our summer yearling, or I'm not sure which class we're in, but anyhow, the heifer that wins the class today is just the most complete heifer of me out here today. She's got that dairy quality about the front end. She's clean through the withers. She's hard over the top line. Walks on a nice set of feet and legs, and just a real complete heifer for me to win the class today. Then a heifer in second, a well-grown heifer, just doesn't hold herself together quite as nicely when on the move, and not quite as hard over the top line, not quite as nice on the feet and legs as heifer in first, but a really nice heifer. Then the heifer in third, the big growthy heifer here the young lady has. You certainly admire the size and scale she exhibits. Just a little over-conditioned there, especially in the withers for me for a dairy heifer today, but a nice heifer in her own right. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next, we need Class 13 Holstein Summer Yearlings, and on deck, we need Class 14, your Ayrshire Spring Yearling Heifers. Your results from Class 12 Brown Swiss, and first was Clayton Minnick, second Christian Whirling, and third Ellie Lingridge.
Okay, so back to our conversation here with Max Beer. Max, could you hit on is there any reason that you guys have always done Holsteins, or is it just been like that and so you kept it going?
I think the Holstein cow probably produces the most milk of any breed, and we've been breeding them for components, our fat and protein, and we just truly love the Holstein cow. I mean, I think Jerseys are the second breed coming on right now, and there's a lot of good Jersey cows out here, and a lot of people making a good living with the Jerseys on account of their components and the milk. But we've just loved the Holstein cow, and my boys love the Holstein cows, and that's just what we've done, and that's what we enjoy.
Yeah. Could you hit on I know you mentioned that for you guys, you have both milking cows, but you also raise a lot of heifers. Could you kind of hit on why? Typically, we see a lot more dairies where they're just doing a lot of the milking, and then they're raising the heifers to become the milking cows, but you're doing a lot of breeding and that aspect. So could you hit on kind of
single entry here in the Holstein Summer Yearling division, but a real dairy heifer here. She's really clean there in the withers. She's got that length from head to tail. Just a really nice heifer. Congratulations.
So up next, we're going to need Class 14 Ayrshire Spring Yearling Heifers. And on deck, Class 15, your Brown Swiss Spring Yearling Heifers. And your results from Class 13 Holsteins, in first was Sophia Mudd.
Yeah, could you just hit on some of why you guys have pursued more of the heifers and
Well, we've started years ago. I guess it started mainly when these big dairies came in the area. Just like you said, the calving part is probably the toughest part of the job. Getting these heifers fresh, getting them going good. And a lot of these big dairies don't like to do that, so we kind of developed a niche market here. We calve heifers in here. We try to calve close to 200 a month, and then we sell fresh heifers. We try to milk them till they're about 3 weeks fresh, so they get going good, so there's no problems, and they go to the big dairies. And it's, like I said, it's just kind of a niche market we've developed, but it's been a real good business for us, and we enjoy it.
Yeah, that's great. Can you kind of walk us through, when you're here watching this show, what are you looking for when you're looking at these classes?
Well, you look for a good, strong dairy heifer. You look for a heifer that's sharp, that has some dairiness about her. They have to have a good set of feet and legs. I think today with our breeding programs that we've had, we've bred these cattle. Most of them will give enough milk if they just end up in a good motel. So, you know, like I said, feet and legs, structure is very important. These cattle are on cement all their life, and so they have to have a good set of feet and legs.
Single entry here in the Ayrshire division, but another quality heifer the young ladies brought out here. Really like her about the front end there. She's clean through the front end. She's clean through the withers, and she's got a nice openness and depth of rib for an Ayrshire heifer. We congratulate her.
Okay, so up next we have Class 15 Brown Swiss Spring Yearling Heifers, and on deck will be the Class 16 Holsteins. Your results from the Class 14 Ayrshire, in first was Sophia Mudd.
And so, as we kind of wrap this interview up, Max, could you walk us through kind of how you've been impacted by the 4-H program, but also specifically the dairy show and the dairy program as well?
Well, I think the 4-H program, like I said, these kids, they learn how to work, they learn some responsibility. I think it's a great thing to shape the future of our future generations, you know, and the 4-H has been a big part of our life. 4-H and FFA have been a big part of our life, been a big part of our kids' lives, and it's just those two organizations to me are top notch. You know, I'm not sure what we're here on this earth for, but raising a good family is as important as anything I can think of, and these two organizations certainly help shape these young people into good people.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Max, for coming on and offering us an interview today. And good luck to your family throughout the rest of the week and the show today. And good luck to your family and your farm as you continue to raise your Holsteins.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Just one entry here in this Brown Swiss division, but a quality heifer the young ladies brought out here. You certainly admire the power she exhibits there about the front end. She's got that width of chest and power of the front end, but yet she's got some sharpness and dairy quality to go all the way through. So congratulations on a nice heifer.
Okay, so up next, Class 16 Holstein, and on deck, Class 17 Jerseys. And your results from the Class 15 Brown Swiss, and first was Ellie Lingridge.
All right, there we go. Class 16 is coming in the ring. We've got another guest appearance that we're going to go ahead and we'll get her. I'll let her introduce herself. She so lovingly agreed.
Okay, so we're going to, when we do the juniors, the champions, we're just going to do the first place from each class. So in the juniors, for junior champions, we're doing the first place only in each class.
All right, while we've got Class 16 Holsteins coming here in the ring, I have a dear friend of mine I'd love. Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, what kind of your job is, how you're involved in the dairy industry, and then maybe what you're doing here today.
Okay. Hi, I'm Mallory Matlock. I am an 8th-generation dairy farmer, so grew up in the dairy industry. And then now I currently work for Acrolose Feed, selling feed and doing dairy nutrition. So I'm here to support some customers of ours that feed the feed and then visit and catch up and see how their cattle look.
Yeah, 8 generations. That's really impressive. That's awesome. Obviously, your family's still very involved. They show a lot. Now you're raising your kids. So what's that been like to transition through kind of some generational things? Obviously, you're still very involved.
Yes. So we have 2 feral farm boys, and they are here. So if you see someone destroying stuff, that'd be my kids. But it's been really great, right? So they fuel the passion. They are the reason we continue to do it every day. They love the cows. Maybe not always when they're being forced to lead their animals at night because they have 2 heifers as well. So we've been working with those. But watching them get excited about all the daily things, it makes our passion grow stronger. So it's been great.
Yeah, you and your husband are both involved in the industry. Kind of maybe talk about, too, what he does and then how you guys work together a little bit.
Yeah, so my husband's very active in my family farm as well, helping with all the things. And then he works for CMEX doing semen sales. So he travels across Indiana, part of Ohio, and into Michigan doing semen sales. So
Yeah,
we
that's
are both
awesome.
involved in the dairy industry all the way through.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's funny. Brian and I were talking a little bit earlier. We had experience judging dairy in high school. Obviously, I had really no connection to dairy other than I got signed up since my dad was the coach, and he grew up with a little bit more experience. But it's funny. I've had at least your husband, if not potentially both of you guys, as reasons judges during those contests.
Oh, yes.
Can you maybe talk a little bit your experience from growing up in it to then judging and watching maybe the next generation of people come up and be involved in dairy, what that's like for you?
Yeah, so my previous career, I was an ag teacher, so I also taught kids for dairy judging. And then we both judged collegiately, and then we coached together as well. So after I left that position teaching, we started another school program where we were able to teach kids still for judging. And watching those kids go from the basic level and taking it on to the next step, I mean, it was really incredible to watch their passion grow. And then still seeing them actively involved. So it's been really fun to see how much they love the industry and how talented those kids really are. So we've really enjoyed that. So my husband still helps with the state judging contest and helps officiate that. And then, yeah, it's just a fun experience.
Yeah.
2 Holstein heifers in this division, 2 really nice heifers in their own right. We're going to go ahead and start with the black heifer today. Just a heifer, as she comes in the ring, just blows you away. She's got that, she's tall at the point of the shoulder. She's got that dairy head about her. She's clean all the way through. She's hard on the top line, walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs. Just a really nice heifer. Not taking anything away from the young man. I told him he's got a really nice heifer. Heifer can stand a lot of competition in her own right. He just run into a buzzsaw out here today. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have Class 17 Jerseys, Spring Yearling Heifers, and on deck your Class 18 Milking Shorthorn. Your results from Class 16 in the Holstein Spring Yearlings, in first was Cale Beer, and second was Easton Ogg.
So we just heard the judge here give maybe his own mini set of reasons. But can you talk to about what the experience is like being a judge on the opposite side of maybe during what some of these 4-Hers might be experiencing?
Yeah, so being the judge is a lot of fun, right? You get to analyze the class, and you're right. So that's one thing that we taught the kids judging, that it didn't matter what anyone else's opinion was. You have to be confident in giving your reasons and proving to everyone why you're right and why you like the one you like.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess we always just decide which one do we want to take home today and which one do we think can go the furthest.
Yeah. Well, and especially when you're judging reasons, you're not only maybe judging the content of what they're saying, but also the presentation. I think confidence has a huge part in that, of if you are confident in kind of what you're sharing, I'll never forget. One judge told me, I mean, you placed those things so far backwards, it's not even funny. But you were confident, and you could have convinced somebody who didn't know that maybe they were wrong. So I think that's the fun part of Reasons, too. It's a little maybe more subjective because you're able to share your opinion in it, too.
Yep, and it really helps to develop the kids' public speaking skills. And when we talk about the life lessons and the things that they can take away from dairy judging, if they don't stay in the dairy industry, that's something they can use no matter when.
Yeah.
So we've really seen the kids grow from that.
Yeah. What do you think is the most unique, especially in the 4-H experience, about the dairy project, maybe different than other livestock projects?
Well, I think dairy cows have a huge personality, good or bad, right? The Jerseys sometimes have the sass. But you can connect to them, and I feel like it's the one project that they keep coming back, right? So you can show them for multiple years and then continue to have that same bond with them. Maddox had a little calf last year that he showed, and he just walks out there and she comes running up to him. So you know that calf remembers her, or remembers him, and it's fun to see the bond continue to grow with them.
Yeah, I was going to say, when you spend that much time one-on-one with an animal, you're bound to build a really, really cool connection. And then especially when you're showing them for multiple years in a row, that showing an animal, period, you gain such a partnership with it more than maybe owning it. And just having it out on the lot or something. And so it's really, really cool, especially to watch some of these younger members who you can tell are already very attached to their calves after just a year or two of working with them.
Yep.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Mallory, for coming and sharing a little bit of your experience and expertise with us. It's awesome to have you on.
Hey, have a great show.
Two nice Jersey heifers out here in this class. The heifer that wins the class today is just the most correct heifer for me today. She's got that power about the front end. She's long from head to tail. She's hard over the top line, and she's level from hooks to pins. Over the heifer in second, a nice heifer in her own right. Just doesn't hold herself quite as nicely together over that top line. She's not as level on the hooks and pins, not quite as nice on the feet and legs as the heifer in first, but a really nice heifer as well. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have Class 18 Milk and Shorthorn, and on deck for your winter yearling heifer classes, we have the Class 19 Holstein. Your results from the Class 17 Jersey Spring Yearling Heifers: in first was Nora Graves, and second was Charlie Ford.
All right, now we're back. Class 18 here with Milking Shorthorn. We've got Easton Ogg. This might be our first class of Milking Shorthorns yet today.
I think so.
Yeah, first one. I don't know if we've actually got any more than that. No, this is it. So our one and only of the breed, looks like.
We'll see how he does.
Yeah, it'll be interesting kind of seeing how this one holds up. Obviously, I mean, from my perspective, a pretty nice calf. But we'll see what the judge has to say. He's the one in charge here.
Yeah, and it's obviously not a very popular breed. And so it'll be difficult just to go up against more popular breeds and more consistent ones. But hopefully he can do well with this heifer. It looks good.
Single entry here in the Milking Shorthorn division. Certainly a quality heifer the young man's brought out here. She's really nice there in the front end. She's got that dairy quality about the front. Heifer walks on a nice set of feet and legs. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have your Class 19 Holstein Winter Yearling Heifer, and on deck is the Class 20 Jerseys. Your results from the Class 18 Milking Shorthorn: in first was Easton Ogg.
Now we're in our next group. Looks like winter yearling heifers. These are December of 24 to February of 25.
Yeah, and we can see there's definitely a big size difference here. This one.
It's a big jump, actually.
Yeah, she looks like she's just about fully grown in size. So I'm sure that she's getting ready to start her pregnancy and calving process.
I have to say one thing that we've maybe failed to mention so far. If you're here, you get these little packets, kind of the show order, and they've got not only the exhibitor's name and their back tag, but it also has the animal's name on here, which I think is so interesting. It's kind of maybe a sign of the pedigree, you could say, or maybe where they came from. But the one we've got in the ring right now, its name listed here on the sheet is Valiant Lizzo in Egypt.
Yeah, so these aren't their typical 4-H animal names.
No, I was going to say, I don't think you're going to have any of them named Hamburger or anything by any means.
Yeah, no. We're going to see a lot more very prestigious, unique names on these ones. I don't even know how to say the next one.
Yeah, I was going to say the next one we've got Vieira Vaden Jazette, maybe. But, I mean, looking at some of these back ones, a couple classes ago, we had Sophia Mudd in here with a Norline Champagne. Then we had a Caffey Hill Ray Fable. And a lot of these are going to be very, like I said, kind of tied to their pedigree or where they're from. So Norline, one of the farms, Caffey's, we've got Beers, Pleasant Ridge would be the Mosier clan. And so all of the names on this list, they're very unique, but they really play into the farms of where they came from or maybe their pedigree.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get somebody on here and ask them. I should have asked Max when I was talking to him if they can just explain to us how that naming process works. I think
Got a single entry here in the hosting division, winter yearling class, but what a nice heifer the young man's brought out here. A heifer just stands tall at the point of the shoulder. She's got that nice uphill run, just holds together herself together so nicely when on the move. Just a really nice heifer. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have your Class 20 Jersey Winter Yearling Heifer. And on deck, starting the Fall Yearling Heifer Division, on Class 21, your Brown Swiss. Results from Class 19 Holstein Winter Yearling, Ryan Beer.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I was just looking back at some of the ones that maybe we didn't mention before. It looks like we've got Bless Calf Prince Pontiac, so that must be Blessing Caffey. That's again, kind of touching on the farm that it came from and the pedigree. We've got Bless Calf Prince Prime, Norline Showtime Papaya, Superstar Nell Blessing. I mean, you name it. Some of these names are definitely interesting. Or Blessing Famous Fern. There you go.
Yeah, and I think, I could be totally wrong here, but I think that it really comes back to ancestry and probably from parents and grandparents of these animals is kind of how these names get started, but we'll have to find somebody who knows.
I was going to say, we'll pull in some expert advice here.
Yeah.
That maybe knows a little more than we do. It was funny, though. I was just talking with Mallory that sometimes just sounding confident in what you say is what matters more.
Yeah,
especially
so maybe we need to
we can just be confident in what we say.
Talking.
We'll give you a reason, and we'll say that that's true.
And just so everybody that's listening knows, in case you were wondering how close we were to the grand drive of the heifer show, well, it looks like the judge is going to talk quick.
Single entry here in the Jersey division, but another quality heifer the young lady's brought out here for us to look at today. She's really clean there in the front end. She's got that dairy quality all the way through. She's long from head to tail, walks on a nice set of feet and legs. Just a handy winner. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have Class 21, your Brown Swiss Fall Yearling Heifer, and on deck is Class 22, your Holsteins. Results from the Class 20 jerseys, and first was Mila Mosier. Again, here we got a few more classes here. Looks like 3 more classes. Then we're going to be starting your junior champions. Again, for your junior champions, we only want first place from each class.
Yeah, back to what Brian was saying. It looks like we've got our first one here in the Fall Yearling Heifers, and we've got 3 classes of them. Then we'll go to the Grand Drive. So this is Class 21. Then we've got 22 and 23, and then we'll be hitting the Grand Drive for Heifers.
Yeah, and all of these are solos, so these ones should go pretty quick. We've noticed that obviously the judge is going pretty quickly on these individual ones just to keep the flow of the show moving along, and so he's getting a good view of them so that he knows what he's looking for come the, I think you might call it the junior championship. And so that way when he sees them again, he's already got a good view of them and knows what he likes about them all.
Yeah, I was going to say he seems very decisive, obviously, since there's only one in a bunch of these classes, but it's also a testament he's kind of taken his time looking at him, but he knows what he likes, he knows what he's looking for. So even when we've got classes with a couple of them, I mean, he's flown pretty quickly, I think, to get through 23 classes in just over an hour. He's making pretty good time.
Yeah, and it's always good to see the judge just talking with the 4-H'ers and making good interactions with them.
Yeah.
Single entry here in the Brown Swiss Fall Yearling Division, but what a quality heifer the young ladies brought out here. Heifer that's born in September and due here in December, she said, doing all the right things. On calve in nicely for her this winter, hopefully, and put a nice udder on and get her a nice heifer calf, hopefully. But just a really nice heifer. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next, we need your Class 22 Holstein Fall Yearling Heifers, and then Class 3, your Jersey Fall Yearling Heifers. The results from Class 21 and for your Brown Swiss and first was Ellie Lingrich. So we got, like I said, we got two more, and then we're going to start the junior division. So we'll be starting off with the junior champion Ayrshires. So your first place from each class from the Ayrshire classes. Be ready here in a little bit once we get through Class 23.
And I think a cool aspect of the dairy show is these heifers that we're looking at right now, they more than likely were here last year as heifer calves. They're here as yearlings, and then they're going to calve here in the next several months, and then there's probably a good chance that we'll see them come back as 2-year-old, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, and so on. And so just the fact that some of these animals get to come back over and over if they can hold up to the showers' expectations and continue being show worthy. I'm looking, it looks like the oldest one that we've got here today was, it looks like Sophia Mudd has the oldest one, and Sophia's actually in the ring right now with her yearling, but it looks like she's got one that was born in 2018, and so we obviously don't know how many times that one's been shown and how many times she's brought it through, and at that point it was probably a sibling or somebody else in the family that was showing it as a heifer, so it's really cool to see.
I was going to say, I don't even know at that point if Sophia would have been old enough to show.
No, I'm sure that she was not.
Single entry here in the Fall Yearling Division. This big black heifer the young ladies brought out here. You certainly admire the dairy quality she's got about her. She's got a really dairy head on her. She's clean through the withers, hard on the top line. Really nice heifer. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next to finish out these the heifers is Class 23, your jerseys. On that, your results from the Class 22, and first was Sophia Mudd. Again, for your junior divisions, we're going to have the first place from each class come in. So for like the junior champion Ayrshires, we're going to need Sophia Mudd from classes 11 and 14, and Class 1, Macy Mosier.
Yeah, I think too, maybe something very unique about dairy, the dairy project is it's way more of a family project. I mean, all of them are when you're showing livestock, but when you've got essentially a farm that's bringing it back year after year, you've got all the siblings showing and sharing some of the same calves. There's something about it. I mean, we kind of joked that when we looked through our list of exhibitors, we've got 25. You could probably boil it down to about 5-6 families. I think that's pretty awesome, though, that you've got such a family involvement, really.
Yeah, it definitely runs deep within a few families. As Max commented, it's a little saddening to see just how much the show has went down in numbers, but we still get a great representation of those that we do still have, and it's just a great family project for them all.
Well, and great quality. I mean, quite a few of these families are going to go and show up at State Fair coming up here soon, and a very large majority of them have great success.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot of national contests and everything that these people are going to. So the Adams County Dairy Show is definitely a strong one. Although the numbers aren't super high and we're getting through it pretty quickly, they sure do show well and do a really well job.
Yeah, I was going to say small numbers mean nothing for the quality here, for sure.
Single entry here in the Jersey Fall Yearling class. Just a tremendous young heifer the young lady's brought out here. She says she's due here end of August, making up really nice there in the mammary system, and just a real quality heifer. Hopefully she'll calve in nice for her and be a really nice cow down the road. Congratulations.
Okay, we're going to be starting your junior champions. Again, we're starting the junior champion Ayrshires, and then after that will be your junior champion Brown Swiss. Your results from the Class 23 jerseys from your fall yearling heifers, and first was Lauren Ford.
It's funny, the sawdust is catching up. Yeah, that was our last class of heifers we're bringing in now for the junior champion and reserve champion Ayrshire. So we're bringing back from Class 1, we've got Macy Mosier in here. And then it looks like from Class 11, Sophia Mudd. Class 14, Sophia Mudd also. So those three will then be competing for junior champion Ayrshire and then reserve champion. That champion award is sponsored by Jason and Julie Selking family.
And yeah, this will be an interesting part of the show. As we were just kind of explaining there at the beginning, we're going to start seeing a lot of different sizes of animals because we're pulling from what classes? Class 1, which is the smallest.
Class 1, it was a end of March calf. What's this next one here? Sophia looks like that one was born in July of the next year.
Okay.
Yeah, and then March of the following year. So
yeah, so we're going to see a lot of different sizes as we go through each of these different breeds. And then once we name a champion of those, we'll be able to see all of them come in together, different breeds at once. Okay, so we got another special guest here on the webcast. We're joined by Cooper Steele, who is one of the members, one of the individuals participating on the Adams Central National Dairy Team. And so that team is made up, I believe, of Cooper, Cale Beer, who's showing today. Then we have Ben Hershey, and then I believe we have Jasper Shuck is going to be the last member of that team. And so, Cooper, could you just tell us kind of what the national contest looks like?
Yeah, so we competed at the state contest in June.
Okay, so on the Brown Swiss, we need Class 2 Fred Kunkles, Class 5 Christian Orleans, Class 8 Ellie Lingridge, Class 12 Clayton Minnick, Class 15 Ellie Lingridge, and then Class 21 Ellie Lingridge for your Brown Swiss going to be on deck.
So we competed at the state contest in June, and the top 4 teams at that contest get to move on to go judge at the nationals. There's 4 national contests, and this year we get to go judge at Indy, which is during the National FFA Convention. We've never been to this contest, so it's going to look a little bit different, but in the past we've gone to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, Madison, Wisconsin, and Louisville, Kentucky. And for us this year, I think this is going to be probably one of the last times we're going to be able to do it, because next year I know a couple of the guys are going to be going off to college, and not sure how that's going to look, but I think it's a good opportunity for us to step out into something new because of how the Indy contest is designed, but I think it'll be pretty fun for us this year.
Yeah, and as me and Mary were explaining, there's 4 different national contests that you can participate in, and so this will be your guys' last one. So some of these kids have now participated in all 4 contests, which is a great accomplishment. And then we were also talking about how the Indianapolis one is different. Looks like Judge might name a champion here.
for champion of our Ayrshire show today. We got 3 quality heifers out here. Just talk a little bit about each one. With our March calf here, a heifer that's structurally really correct, put together really nicely. Would like to clean her up just a little bit there in the withers, make her look a little more dairy all the way through, make her a touch longer from head to tail, but just a really nice heifer in her own right. Then the red heifer here in the middle, a heifer that's really hard over the top line. I like the openness and depth of ribs she exhibits. Just not quite as nice on her feet and legs today as she moves around the ring, but a heifer that's pretty correct in her own right. And then the heifer here on the end, a big powerful kind of heifer, a big growthy kind of heifer. When she gets this heifer stuck, she's really correct, and in my opinion, she's got the least holes in her today. She's the most quality Ayrshire out here today. She's going to be your champion today. Congratulations. For reserve, it gets close for me, but we're going to go ahead for reserve. We're going to go with the red heifer for reserve. Congratulations.
Okay, so your junior champion Ayrshire was exhibited by Sophia Mudd, and that was from the Class 14. That award was sponsored by Jason and Julie Selkinian family. And your reserve junior champion from the Class 11 was also exhibited by Sophia Mudd. So next we need your brown Swiss again. From Class 2 is Fred Kunkel. Class 5 is Christian Werling. Class 8, Ellie Lingridge. Class 12, Clayton Minnick. Class 15, Ellie Lingridge, and Class 21, Ellie Lingridge. After that, we'll be doing the junior champion Holstein. So from Class 3, Becca Dog. Class 6, Logan Beer. Class 9, Clay Beer. Class 13, Sophia Mudd. Class 16, Kale Beer. Class 19, Ryan Beer. And Class 22, Sophia Mudd.
So back to what we were talking about there. The Indianapolis National Contest that they will be participating in is different in that the winner of that contest gets to go on into a world contest. And Mary believes that one's in Scotland this year. And so the other ones are great to participate in. They're a lot of fun, but there's no extra benefit of winning. It's great to win that, but there's no added benefit on that. But with this Indianapolis one, there's a great opportunity to be able to go on to that. So is that something that you guys are working hard for and excited about the opportunity for that?
Yeah, that's definitely been on our radar. The past couple years that we've gone to nationals, we've been the younger team there. We definitely have a lot of skill on the team that we have, whether that's in the reasons part of it or just the seeing the cattle. But being able to go and judge at Indy and then the top 3 teams moving on to the Scotland contest would be pretty neat. I think that'd be a good way to end out our careers. I know we still have another year left, but a lot of us have kind of talked about if we're going to even be able to do it next summer because of all the things changing in our lives. So I think it's definitely something that we're trying for and looking forward to.
Yeah. So can you kind of walk me through, obviously we know that there's the judging aspect and the reasons aspect. What's kind of your favorite part? What's the hardest part for you?
So I think my favorite part of the dairy judging contest is probably the reasons. I just have always wanted to be a judge of some aspect, whether that's dairy beef or dairy. I think being able to voice your opinion on how you place something and why you placed it that way is probably the hardest part as well, because you could go into the reasons room and you could have the class placed all the way wrong, and the judge could look at you and think that you're not very smart for what you're about to say. But if you can talk it well and convince them, usually it can benefit you in the scorecards. So I think that's probably the most challenging part of it, but it's also probably my most favorite part, just because even if I don't see them the right way, I think I still always have a decent shot at being able to talk them.
Yeah, and something that we were talking about earlier is the judge at a show like this definitely has the advantage that when he's giving his reasons for why he placed a class, he's looking at them. But in the FFA contest, you're doing it hours after you judge the class, and so it just speaks volumes about the students and the participants of how hard that is to memorize, and just for the skill that teams have to do well in those kind of situations and those contests is really impressive. Transitioning kind of into just 4-H, Cooper, it sounds like you've had a pretty successful year so far. Can you just kind of walk us through what you do in 4-H and just kind of go over some of your accomplishments so far?
So I'm a 9-year member. This year, for the last 9 years, I've showed dairy beef, whether that's feeder calves, and then about 3 years ago, I started showing the big dairy steers.
Sounds like the judge has a champion for us.
As for selecting our Brown Swiss junior champion heifer today, we got quite a lineup of Brown Swiss heifers out here to select from. Just got quality from end to end here, and got a really nice March calf here. She just needs time to grow into herself and put herself together, but I think a heifer that's got a huge future. Then we got the big growthy heifer here, our December calf. She's really clean cut there in the front end. Got that overall strength, the top line. Just not quite as much body capacity, but just a really nice heifer in her own right. Then we get to the fall calf here, just an extremely well-balanced heifer. A heifer is just really complete in her own right. She's got that openness of rib and walks around on a really tremendous set of feet and legs. Then we got the summer yearling coming out here. The young man here in the middle has got another really well put together heifer. Like to see her hardened up just a little bit on the top line, but that's been getting a little critical. And we got a big growthy yearling down here, a second from the end. Got smooth blending of body parts. Just a little over-conditioned for me for a heifer today, but a really nice heifer in her own right. And then we just got the extremely powerful fall yearling down here. A heifer just doesn't have many holes in her. Just a real quality heifer. Hopefully calve in really nice for them. But for me, for champion heifer of the Brown Swiss division today, I think we got a handy winner today. A heifer that just kind of puts everything together for me. Heifers I go out and try to select from our herd, or if I go around and look for something else, the kind of heifer I like to see. Young lady with the fall heifer calf is going to be your champion today. I think the heifer that follows her a little more closely in the pattern that she exhibits, we'll go ahead with our summer yearling. It's going to be reserved. Honorable mention on our fall yearling. Congratulations. Congratulations. Nice group of heifers.
Okay, so your junior champion Brown Swiss was exhibited by Ellie Lingerich from Class 8. That award was sponsored by De La Valle Dairy Service of Indiana. And then your reserve junior champion Brown Swiss was exhibited by Clayton Minnick. Up next, we're going to need your junior champion Holsteins. Again, for the Holsteins, we need Class 3 winner Becca Ogg, Class 6 Logan Beer, Class 9 Clay Beer, Class 13 Sophia Mudd, Class 16 Kale Beer, Class 19 Ryan Beer, and Class 22 Sophia Mudd. After that, we're going to be doing the junior champions. So we need the Class 4 winner Charlie Ford, Class 7 Macy Mosier, Class 10 Katie Ford, and Class 17 Nora Graves, Class 20 Mila Mosier, and Class 23 Lauren Ford.
Okay, Cooper, if you want to keep going on what you were saying about your 4-H accomplishments this year.
Yeah, so this year I had the opportunity to put 3 of my fat steers in the top 5 of the selection of the Dairy Steer Show. That was pretty special. I don't think I'm ever going to top this one. And then in the feeder calf show, a lot of people know I've had the opportunity the last couple years to help Memphis Luganville out showing with his wheelchair. And this year we had the opportunity to win the Dairy Beef Cross calf show. And that was probably the most special memory I'm ever going to make from this fair. We worked pretty hard for that one to get that calf trained to be able to walk beside his wheelchair and to be able to stay calm in situations where there's new cattle around. So we've been working with that one since March, and I don't know if I'm ever going to top that one. So
yeah, that was a great accomplishment for both of you guys. What's kind of your biggest lesson that you've taken away from 4-H so far?
So dealing with Memphis and all these situations where he obviously has a disability. I know a lot of people aren't in the situation I'm in with him, but the aspect of learning how people with disabilities function and how their disabilities can affect them is definitely one of the lessons I've learned. And I feel like a lot of people should involve themselves with those kind of people, and giving people who don't have the experience or the opportunity to do something like this has definitely affected me a lot and benefited me in building my character. So I think that's probably one of the biggest lessons I've learned this year.
Yeah, that's great. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Cooper. Best of luck to you and the rest of the Adams Central FFA team as you guys participate in the national contest. I believe in September, is that correct?
Somewhere around there, September or October.
And so best of luck to you guys there, and best of luck to you throughout the rest of the 4-H fair. Thank you for joining us.
I appreciate it.
All right, looks like we've got our Holstein class winners all in here now competing for Junior Champion Holstein. That award is sponsored in honor of Ray and Naomi Becker. Yeah, and here it looks like we've got Beckett Ogg, Logan Beer, Clay Beer, Sophia Mudd, Kale Beer, Ryan Beer, and then Sophia Mudd again.
And yeah, we're going to notice the Holstein and likely the jerseys are going to be the two biggest in both heifers and cows. That's just kind of the most popular breeds. As Max was talking about, those are kind of the two better performing breeds, not necessarily the best breeds, but dairies have just seen that those have been best performing over the years. And so that's where we're going to see the most calves, and so we see a lot more in these classes because they filled out all of those divisions a lot more with these two breeds.
Yeah, I was going to say that many classes. We pretty much had We had Holsteins and jerseys of every division, and then when you get down to some of the Brown Swiss and Ayrshire, you maybe only had one or two in every other division or so, and then of course we've only got that single milking shorthorn. So definitely a big difference in numbers from Holstein and jerseys to anything else, really.
Yeah.
We did. I mean, I feel like we had quite a few Brown Swiss in that last one. Was it 5 or 6?
Yeah, I think.
So
yeah, I think 6
they had
of
some
them
decent
maybe.
numbers in that one too, at least.
And note on that one, I was kind of surprised. It seemed like so far he's been kind of just picking the biggest ones, but that one he actually went with, I believe, a yearling on it.
Yeah, Ellie Langridge's.
Yes, I think it was a fall yearling, and then reserve was the next one, and so it's just a good reminder that he's not just looking at size. That helps him, obviously. And here we've got some really strong, big heifers in here, but that's not his sole factor that he's deciding on, and the Brown Swiss was a good show of that.
Yeah. Well, and especially here in the Holsteins, we've got, I mean, quite a few, at least multiple sibling pairs. A bunch of these calves are coming from the same families, but it's also to that same point we made earlier. A lot of them are going to go on and show past county fair, whether that's state fair, national shows, open shows, you name it. A lot of these, specifically here in the Holstein ones, and I'm sure in the Jersey as well, those are a lot of calves that are going to be shown again. So it's definitely going to maybe make his decision harder because he's got some really competitive ones, but I don't know. Maybe we'll see if it makes his job a little easier or what he's kind of looking for, especially in such a big division.
For sure. And I thought it was interesting to note from having Max on here and their how they show Holstein. I'm seeing 4 of the Beer heifers out here right now. And so we got all 4 of his grandsons showing right now. We've got Kale, Clay, Logan, and Ryan all showing a heifer. And so the Holsteins are what they do, and so they've got a good showing here in this champion drive right now.
I was going to say their family's kind of really showing up in this one. To have all 4 grandsons out here, that's pretty awesome for him.
And then on the Ayrshires, I believe that Sophia Mudd was able to win both of those, and then she's out here with Holsteins as well. So she's done a really good job so far.
Yeah, again, I mean, echoing the same point we've just said, that's more of a testament to the families of the quality. And, I mean, they're bringing this many calves. That's an investment. That's a commitment.
What a tremendous line of Holstein heifers we have out here today to select from for junior champion. Got a really nice spring calf. A young man's got down here on the end. Just a real complete heifer. She's really hard over the top line. Got a lot of width and depth of openness of rib for a March calf. Just a really nice calf to start off our young division today. Then we come in with this black heifer here. Just a really correct heifer in her own right. Just tremendous rib on this heifer. Would like to lengthen her out just a little bit from head to tail, but that's being awful picky on a really nice heifer. And we got the extremely dairy heifer, the fall calf coming out here, the third heifer in here, just razor sharp from one end to the other, and just dairy from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail, just blends together so smoothly and walks on a really nice set of feet and legs. Then we got the really structurally correct summer yearling out here in the middle that the young lady has, a heifer that's really nice in her own right, just a really nice heifer. Then we get to the big black spring yearling heifer here, calf that just blows you away when she comes in the ring. She stands tall at the point of the shoulder. She's dairy from the tip of the nose to the tip of her tail. Body blends smoothly together. Got that openness and depth of rib. Just walks on a tremendous set of feet and legs. Then another really correct heifer, our winter yearling heifer. Heifer is just not many holes in her. You certainly admire the way she's put together, so smooth, and she's got that openness and depth of rib, good feet and legs as well. And then the big black fall yearling here on the end, another structurally correct heifer, just really nice heifer in her own right. For me, for junior champion today, there's one heifer that she come in here today, and I knew it was going to take a good one to beat her, and she's on the money today, and I think she's got a big-time future ahead of her. State fair, national shows. Junior champion of your show today is going to be this black heifer right here. Congratulations.
There's Kale Beer.
For reserve, it gets a little bit closer for me, but another heifer when she come in, really nice in her own right, and I don't know if it's because the black heifer's so big or what, but the winter yearling heifer, there's just not many holes in this heifer, and I really like her. She's going to be a handy reserve for me today. Congratulations. For honorable mention, we're going to go with our fall calf down here. Congratulations.
Okay, the results for the junior champion, and that winner is Kale Beer. The award is sponsored in honor of Raymond and Naomi Becker. And so then your reserve junior champion Holstein was exhibited by Ryan Beer out of Class 19. So up next, we're going to be junior champion jerseys. Again, we're going to need Charlie Ford, Macy Mosier from Class 7, from Class 10, Katie Ford, Class 17, Nora Graves, from Class 20, Mila Mosier, and Class 23, Lauren Ford. After that, we're going to be doing your junior champion milk and shorthorn, and that's going to be Class 18, Easton Ogg. For the champion supreme dairy heifer, we just want the junior champions.
Okay, so if you didn't catch it, junior champion Holstein, that winner was Kale Beer, reserve Ryan Beer, and then he actually did an honorable mention in this class, and that one was Clay Beer with his fall calf. So interesting that he made an honorable mention. Obviously, I think that must have made his decision pretty tough if he felt he wanted to mention a third one there.
So on the champion supreme dairy heifer, we are just going to bring back the junior champions only from each breed. So after we get done with the shorthorns, we're going to bring back the junior champion of each breed for the Champion Supreme Dairy Heifer. And just a little housekeeping, after the Champion Supreme Dairy Heifer, we'll take a 10-minute break.
Now we've got our jerseys here walking in the ring. Looks like it would have been our winner from Class 4, Katie Ford. Winner from Class 7, Macy Mosier. Our winner from Class 10, Katie Ford. And then winner from Class 17, Nora Graves. And then Class 20, Mila Mosier. 23, Lauren Ford.
And so that sounds like that is all individuals from the Mosier family, if I'm correct.
Yeah, I was going to say, actually, that pretty much might be entirely, all of them stepping in here from the Mosier clan.
Yes, so every jersey that we have in here is from one family, and so that is very impressive just to see their success in it, but also just to recognize how well that the Mosier family has done and just the bonding that they all have together, that they're willing to do this and to put so much time and effort into it.
Yeah, well, and that's what one of the things maybe we referenced earlier is the investment of time and money and effort into something like that for the whole family to be so committed to bring this many animals, this many high-quality animals, the work that it took to get them to this point. Obviously, they're most likely going to show most of these at some state and national shows, so then it's the prep from here, kind of maybe taking the feedback, taking the notes, and then applying that for their next show. But when you've got an entire family doing that, that's pretty awesome. We're going to take a look here and just recognize some more of our sponsors. It looks like the Junior Champion Jersey Award is sponsored in honor of John Sight. We'll go back through here some of our dairy project sponsors. We've got Becker Trucking, Best One in Monroe, Decatur Vet Hospital, Dewbrook Farms, First Bank of Berne, Hummel's Meat, Lehman Feed Mill, Nussbaum Mechanical, Shaneman Excavating, Beer Farms, Berne Ready Mix, F&M Bank, Farm Bureau Insurance, Graber Insurance, Keith and Lindsay Beer, Lauder Farms, and MJS Transportation. So a big thank you from the Dairy Committee and all of those here in the Dairy Project to those sponsors.
Yeah, and we'll see as the judge looks to see what he's going to do here. It looks like he might have a decision, but he's got 6 of them. Different sizes, but a lot more similar in style and size.
Another really nice group of heifers to select from here for our Jersey Junior Champs today. We just got quality from one end to the other. Just a little bit about each calf. The young calf down here on the end, a real growthy kind of heifer for her age. You certainly admire the size and scale and strength she exhibits. Would like to make her a little bit harder over that top line, level her off a little bit from head to tail. And we got the extremely fancy heifer standing here, our winter calf coming in the young lady has. Just extreme dairy from the tip of the nose to the tip of her tail. Just being a little critical. Like to see just a little more body capacity on a really extremely fancy heifer that walks on a good set of feet and legs. And we got another really solid heifer, our fall calf the young lady's got here. Heifer that stands really tall at the point of shoulder. Times she gives me just a tremendous, outstanding look, and sometimes she kind of wants to fall asleep on her a little bit. But you keep that heifer's attention, and she's just a really an eye catcher. The next heifer, just a really structurally correct heifer also. Just like to harden her up a little bit over the top line, make her blend together just a little more smoothly. Same thing for the next yearling here. Heifer that's really nice in her own right, extreme body capacity on this heifer. Just like to see just a little more blending, a little more hardness on the top line, a little more style and bounce on the move. Then we got the tremendous fall yearling down here on the end. I'd certainly admire the quality she exhibits, and I really like the way that udder's forming up for us here today. But for me, it's really close for me today. I've flip-flopped back and forth, and I think I've settled in where I want to be. I think a heifer that's got the most future down the road, get some more body capacity, get a good feel on this heifer. I think this winter heifer is going to be pretty hard to beat down the road. You get a good feel on her. She's going to be my junior champion today. I think the heifer that follows her most closely is this calf right here. Just not quite as extreme style as the winter calf, but a nice reserve. Honorable mention, we're going to go on the fall yearling down here. Just a really nice group of heifers. Congratulate them, please.
Okay, your junior champion jersey was exhibited by Macy Mosier from the Class 7. That award is sponsored in honor of John Sipe. And your reserve junior champion jersey was exhibited by Katie Ford from Class 10. Up next will be junior champion milk and shorthorn. And then after that, we need all the junior champions from each breed. So we'll need the Sophia Mudd's junior champion Ayrshire, the junior champion Brown Swiss Ellie Lingridge, your junior champion Holstein Cale Beer, and then your junior champion jersey Macy Mosier.
So yeah, that was a good jersey class. It was surprising to see such a small one win on that one. And even reserve was one of the smaller ones of the class. Here with the shorthorn, this one should go pretty quickly because, like we said before, we only had one milking shorthorn in the whole class or whole show, and so we just got a single champion here, and then we'll be on to the overall champion Supreme Dairy Heifer.
Yeah. Going back, just touching on some of these fun names. The one that just won Junior Jersey Champion by Macy Mosier, that was Pleasant Ridge.
Just got one individual today in the milking shorthorn division with a really quality heifer the young man's brought out here. I really like the front end on this heifer. She's really clean there in the withers. Got a lot of nice width and depth of the heart there in front. Real powerful kind of heifer. He's going to be your junior champion. Congratulations.
Okay, so your junior champion milk and shorthorn was exhibited by Easton Ogg. So, and that award was sponsored by the Adams County Dairy Committee. So we're getting ready to do the champion Supreme Dairy Heifer. Again, we're going to need from the Ayrshire division, Sophia Mudd from Class 14. Your Brown Swiss, Ellie Lingridge from Class 8. Your Holstein, Cale Beer from Class 16. Your Jersey, Macy Mosier from Class 7. And Easton Ogg with his milk and shorthorn.
Yeah, back to that jersey name here quick. It was Pleasant Ridge Kid Rock Reverie, ET. So that was our first. And then the second one, Katie Ford, that was GMBV Vieira Joel Dixon.
You can't say I would have been that creative with my names.
No, seriously, we're going to have to find an expert over here somewhere to decipher some of these for us.
But yeah, so now we're on to the champion drive here. We're going to see the champion of each breed come in, and so he will name a champion and then a reserve. And then something that Mike noted on the microphone a little bit ago is that they're not bringing in the reserves from those other breeds. It's just going to be the champions. And then once
okay, so just a reminder, after we're done with the champion Supreme Dairy Heifer selections, we will be taking a 10-minute break.
So yeah, just as Mike just said there, following this, we'll be taking a short break. And so then we'll get started with the cow show.
Yeah, I was going to say that 10-minute break. We've talked about it a couple times, but so many of these kids have so many cows. They're showing a lot. At least 3 of the next 5 kids that we've got to start the cow show are in the ring right now. So giving them just a few minutes to reset, get some of their cows ready. But yeah, they're definitely, these kids are very involved. They've got a lot of investment and stuff, and obviously very competitive. So give them a second to get out of grand drive mode and then get back in with their cows.
Well, and I think something important that we aren't seeing right now, but that we've seen here throughout the breed-specific champions is that several classes will have multiple of the same people, and so they're relying on somebody else to show their animal for them. Like Sophia Mudd, she got Grand and Reserve for the Ayrshire, but obviously she couldn't show both of them. So just having somebody who is capable of showing your animal to the way that you want them to be shown is very important, and it speaks volumes about these kids that they are able to do that and that they're good enough at showmanship that they can take somebody else's animal that they haven't worked with very much and still do well with them.
Yeah, well, and a testament, too, to the families and the supporters. I mean, you've got a group, it looks like, of some of the other dairy showmen standing at the entry gate, I mean, ready to help with anybody who's got a second calf that needs it shown. It doesn't matter whose it is. So.
Well, we've had a really good quality heifer show here this morning. Really happy with what the kids have brought out here for me to evaluate and get these breed champions out here to select for Supreme Champion of your heifer show today. And I'm just really pleased with the heifers I have out here. Heifers that I think got a big future and going down the road and do some good things for these kids on down the road at state and national shows, hopefully. But let's give all these kids a nice round, not just these kids out here, but everyone that's brought heifers out here this morning. You've had a really nice heifer show. With that being said, I get the privilege of picking your Supreme and your Reserve today, and I really appreciate the chance of you giving me the opportunity to do that today because unfortunately, dairy's kind of struggled in some places. I'm from southern Indiana, and unfortunately, the dairy farms are going away faster than they need to, unfortunately. But I really appreciate the kids still participating, and especially you can get a heifer and do that if you're not able to milk anymore at home. But it's a project that I was in for my whole time, and just got a lot of passion for it. And I appreciate these kids and parents and helpers and everything helping these kids out. And I hope you all encourage them and continue to support them in this project because it's a tremendous project in my opinion. But I'll quit preaching here, and I'm going to go out and pick you a Supreme Champion heifer and a Reserve in that order, and I'll come back and give you some reasons why.
Like we have Cale Beer with the champion with his yearling Holstein. And then the Reserve goes to Macy Mosier.
Like I said earlier, I think this is a tremendous opportunity to line your heifers up here this morning and not been disappointed with the quality. With that being said, we just got a handy winner today for Supreme Champion heifer. This is just an outstanding heifer, folks. She's just dairy from the tip of the nose to the tip of her tail, and she's hard over the top line. The smoothness of blending of body parts. Young man does an outstanding job, exhibitor, and just doesn't miss a beat as she's out here. Just a tremendous heifer, and congratulations, young man. Not taking anything away from anything else, I think the heifer that follows her the most closely with the future on down the road. Get a good fill on this heifer here, this Jersey heifer. I think she's got a big-time future as well. I'm taking anything, got really nice Ayrshire heifer and Swiss heifer and Shorthorn, but just tremendous group of heifers. Congratulate all these kids. It's a nice lineup of heifers.
Okay, and so we are going to...
Okay, so your champion Supreme Dairy Heifer was exhibited by Cale Beer. That award was sponsored by ABS Global, Jonathan Barnes. And your Reserve Supreme Dairy Heifer was exhibited by Macy Mosier. Again, we're going to take a 10-minute break, so we're going to say we're going to need to have Class 24 ready at 11 o'clock. So Class 24, your Holsteins, junior 2-year-olds, And then Class 25 jerseys, we need you all ready by 11 o'clock.
Sharing happiness, displaying confidence, and promoting health. Your smile does a lot for you.
And at Riverstone Dental, we make smiles happen.
Across 2 locations at Riverstone Dental, our compassionate dentists and caring staff provides unparalleled care to patients of all ages. Using the latest technology and procedures, we offer an extensive list of general dentistry services. Whether you're stopping in for your routine cleaning and checkup, or you need restorative care, including implants, crowns, bridges, and more, we'll provide quick, comfortable care. Additionally, we perform orthodontic procedures as well. With traditional metal braces or the convenient Invisalign system, we can help you perfect your beautiful smile. Riverstone Dental. We make smiles happen.
Do you need repairs done on your farm equipment or grain handling equipment? Maybe you need steps or a railing made, livestock gates, or your wife's favorite chair. Ironclad Metalworks is who you need. We specialize in agribusiness welding and fabricating. We have the skills you need to get the job done correctly, from existing equipment repairs to new fabrications. No project is too big or too small, we can do it all. Do you have an idea but can't seem to bring it to life? Stop by and let us help you make your ideas a reality. Come see us at 620 Berne Street in Berne or call 260-525-0471.
One is more than a number. It's pride in our history and the promise of what's to come. One farmer, one seed, one season. One changes everything. In 1926, Henry A. Wallace and the founders of Pioneer revolutionized farming, and we've been innovating ever since. 100 starts with one. Our 100th season starts with you.
Are you in the market for a used vehicle, or are you looking for a rental van or trailer? CMA Truck and Auto provides a variety of vehicles in a variety of price ranges, and Swiss City Vans offers rental services for a range of equipment. We invite you to visit us in person at the south edge of Berne on US 27, or to visit us online at cmatruckandauto.com, where you can sort our inventory by price range. You can also visit our Facebook page, where we keep in touch with our customers and promote giveaways. Enjoy the vehicle buying process without hidden fees or high-pressure sales at CMA.
Passion. It's inside the barn at 5 a.m. It's dirty boots, calloused hands, and the energy to keep going. Passion is every step, again and again. Passion. It's giving it the best you've got. It's hard work that pays off. Show right. Feed your passion.
Where you're going and how you get there matters. Along the way, the right financial guidance can make all the difference. That's why there's Everence. Together, charting your path with a full range of caring financial services. For starting out, growing your future, caring for loved ones, and sharing with others. In a life of faith and impact, it's your financial journey. Let's go. Visit us at everence.com/Berne.
Any brand, any color. You break it, we'll fix it. Nussbaum Mechanical is located just north of Berne, along with over 175 years of combined service in the field. Nussbaum Mechanical offers a wide range of rental equipment and attachments. If you're looking to upgrade your equipment or starting from scratch, whether it's new or used, they can help to find the right machine for you. Stop and see the full line of Gale and Manitou equipment with leasing and financing options available, along with a full line of Manitou parts and attachments. Call 260-589-3802 to find out what we have to offer.
Arnold Lumber at 425 Winchester Street in Decatur is a complete building center for all building contractors and do-it-yourselfers. We supply every facet of building supplies that you will need to complete your next project, but we can also help you get the work done. We install doors, windows, overhead doors, and roofs locally when the materials are purchased from us. We install pole barn packages all over Indiana, Ohio, and southern Michigan, and we provide rooftop delivery with shingle purchases. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Friday and 7 to 12 on Saturday. Let us help you with all of your construction project needs.
Farming is more than a livelihood. It's a legacy. Simplot was founded by a hardworking farmer like you over 90 years ago, and we've been growing America's farms for generations. With local crop advisors grounded in your success, Simplot Grower Solutions is in your fields and by your side. We dig in deep to pinpoint what you need, where you need it, when you need it, even when the forecast is unpredictable.
Since opening Miller Land Surveying in 2005, we've grown to not only service Adams County, but the entire Northeast Indiana region. Business growth has led us to expand with additional field crews, advanced technology, locations in both Monroe and Fort Wayne. Miller Land Surveying partners with various clients to aid in residential and commercial real estate transactions, development of schools, industrial parks, subdivisions, various commercial development projects, and more. At Miller Land Surveying, precision and professionalism is where we draw the line.
At FM Investment Services, we continue to serve and advise our clients with dedication and experience, and our team includes 2 registered investment professionals. Lee Flickinger, with over 30 years of experience helping clients navigate their financial journeys, and Lori Garwood, bringing more than 25 years of investment expertise to the table. Together, Lee and Lori are committed to helping you achieve your financial goals, and supporting them is Tina Marbaugh, administrative assistant, who has 4.5 years of experience in the investment field. Call us today, 260-368-9939 to schedule your consultation. FM Investment Services, experience you can trust, advice you can count on.
At Zerker's Best One, we've changed our name to Best One of Monroe. Still the same family ownership, simply a new name. Same great people, same great service, same great prices. You know who we are.
We are serving customers first.
We are trustworthy.
We are passionate.
We are committed.
We are community focused.
We are locally owned.
We are the family you've depended on for over 70 years. We are Best One of Monroe.
Best One of Monroe, celebrating 75 years of selling tires, serving people.
Krukeberg Auction and Realty of Decatur is dedicated to providing you with a grand auction experience. Their stellar team has over 100 years of combined listing and sales experience, specializing in auctioning homes, personal property, land, farms, equipment, antiques, and business liquidations. Licensed in Indiana and Ohio, call Krukeberg Auction and Realty at 724-7402 or stop by 1030 South 13th Street in Decatur. Make the best choice by making Krukeberg Auction and Realty your first choice for a grand auction and realty experience.
Cooper Farms raises turkeys, hogs, and chickens for table eggs, using innovative, sustainable practices that protect our land, our water, and our animals. With over 2,500 team members and around 450 contract family farmers, we produce the highest quality essential food ingredients and products. Our family shares this legacy of stewardship with families, team members, our customers, and the community.
Here at the local Keystone Energy office in Monroe, our drivers, service technicians, administrative assistants, and sales staff are centered on you. We work hard to meet your energy needs with superior products and exceptional service.
We are here to lead with purpose, serve with impact, grow responsibly with our local community, embrace our roots and humble beginnings.
Keystone Cooperative Monroe team is centered on you.
Take charge of your finances with Financial Partners. FCU's You Choose Rewards credit card options. Choose a fixed rate card with an APR as low as 8.00% for consistent payments. Need a fresh start with credit? The Premier card offers a fixed 13.99% APR. Both require credit approval. Apply today at financialpartnersfcu.org. Financial Partners FCU. Member NCUA. Equal housing lender.
At Swiss Village, our mission is simple: pursuing life together. Every day, we create a community where life is full, active, and meaningful. Here, neighbors become friends, team members feel like family, and every moment matters. Whether you're searching for a vibrant place to live or a rewarding place to work, You'll find it here at Swiss Village. Swiss Village, pursuing life together. Learn more at swissvillage.org.
Leaky Farms Trucking, LLC is located outside of Berne, Indiana. Leaky Farms Trucking specializes in the transportation of ag and general commodities with a wide range of dump, belt, hopper, dry, van, refrigerated, tanker, and flatbed trailers. We would like to wish good luck to all 4-H'ers in the fair this year. Give John or Ted a call for any of your upcoming transportation needs. John at 260-525-4748 and Ted at 260-849-0770.
Partnerships thrive, integrity leads the way, and dedication beats innovation. Tried and true. Trueland Equipment. We have the tools and services you need to work the land. A John Deere provider with a broad inventory, assisting you in service and technical support. We respond to your concerns quickly. For all your equipment needs, choose Trueland Equipment, where provider means partner.
Ms. Lehman Realtors and Auctioneers have been serving this great community since 1960.
We are here to help you through all stages of life.
From commercial properties
to auctions
to farmland and equipment
and owning your first home.
We have the expertise and experience you can count on.
Visit us in person or online at MsLehman.com.
I don't need to do I don't need to do the judge. I don't need to do that part.
I don't watch myself after church on Sunday either. Stupid, embarrassing. Yeah. Thanks for doing this, man. Appreciate it. And you and Danny did a great job yesterday. Man, that's a long show.
I'm glad you come up and said something.
Sorry. Tell me your name again.
Kevin Bencher.
Okay, Kevin, good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You said Southern Indiana. I said, I got to find out. Southern Indiana can be anywhere from Evansville.
Oh, I know.
Harrison, Dover, Barnesburg.
Bencher, is there some basketball talent down in Southern Indiana?
Scottsburg won a state last year, a year ago.
That's the same year Brownstown did.
Yeah.
Brownstown won 2A and Scottsburg won 3A. Yeah. Well, I don't know if you follow Purdue at all or not. Jack Bennett.
He's going to be a freshman.
Yeah. Freshman this past year. Huh? He's not my son. He's his dad is my first cousin.
Okay.
His dad's been the coach at Brownstown for like 20 years.
Are you a ball player too?
Well, I was, but I wasn't anything.
I was a minute man.
I did.
We were winning or losing by 20 points. I got in the last one.
Not that I'm big now, but like when I was a senior, I was only about 5'9", so I grew up.
Okay, so coming in the ring is Class 24, your junior 2-year-old Holstein class. Again, on deck is your Class 25 jerseys. And just a reminder, when we do the grand drive, we will have the junior champions come back as well. In between the cow classes, we're going to give out a few awards, recognitions when we get ready for the grand champion drive.
All right. Well, welcome back. We've got our junior 2-year-olds in the ring right now here at the Adams County 4-H Dairy Show. And we have another guest appearance, Miss Audrey Barnes. Why don't you maybe tell the viewers kind of what your job is and what you're doing here?
What I'm doing here?
So I've been at the fair a little bit this week. The South Adams Ag Advisor, and this week I'm here for the dairy show, kind of helping out. I always showed dairy my whole life, so helping out, watching the show, and then helping a family friend.
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe you can speak to your experience. We had a couple former showmen also on maybe kind of talking, but your experience in the dairy project going from the showman to then the one kind of directing and guiding and leading the next group of showmen.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot. My 10 years of 4-H was so much fun. Dairy was my main project over in Wells County. And showmanship was my favorite thing. I mean, even from beginning to the end of the show, I mean, if we didn't have the best animals, I always wanted to at least try to show them off my best. But that transition is a little different, but it's a lot of fun. It's fun to see my students or people that I know showing and putting all the work into the project that you can tell they've worked all year or multiple years for. So.
Yeah. Well, I feel like, too, as an ag teacher, you really, get a front row seat to a lot of that because most of your students are heavily involved. Like, the FFA 4-H crossover is huge.
Yes.
So if you're in one, it's not always, but it's very likely you're involved somehow with the other.
Yes.
So I think it's cool. What would you say in that crossover? What do you see maybe from the classroom or from 4-H skills that they pull into 4-H, and then maybe skills from 4-H they pull into FFA?
Well, I think hard work and dedication is a lot of it. It's so fun being in the classroom, being FFA involved and talking about ag. I'm not really involved with their 4-H as much, but all these kids are telling me about their 4-H animals. I know their names. I know how hard they worked, how late they were out the night before working with their animals. So that hard work that they put in the classroom.
As we get into the milk cow division here, our show today, two really nice hostings we got out here. Actually got a summer junior 2-year-old that's going to start the class with today. The young man's brought out here. Just a tremendous individual in her own right. She's really tall at the point of the shoulder. She's hard over the top line. Then you get to the best parts, her mammary system. You just love the way that forerudder blends into the body wall, the levelness of the other floor, the size, teat size and shape. Then you get to the rear udder, the height and width of the rear udder. Young man said the cow didn't settle in very well. I said, that's scary. So congratulations. Then the head cow in second, not taking anything away from her. Tremendous cow in her own right. Really, really well attached udder. Really nice balance to her udder. Just not quite the bloom of udder today, and to get ahead of that real hammer in front of her. But congratulations.
Okay, so up next for Class 25, your Jersey Junior 2-year-old. And on deck, we need Class 26, your Jersey Junior 3-year-olds. The results from Class 24 in first was Clay Beer, and second was Sophia Mudd.
But yeah, I think the connection between those is huge. Maybe you can also speak. You mentioned showmanship a little bit. We've got, looks like maybe 8-9 classes here. Then we'll do some special recognitions. And then after we get through our grands, then our wrap-up will be showmanship. Maybe you can speak. Showmanship was your favorite. What do you think makes showmanship special?
That's really when you can show off all the hard work of the animal. All the hard work and from working early mornings and everything. It really makes you show how hard you worked with your animals and how the bond between you and your animal, because you and your animal have to work as a team in the ring. So
yeah. Well, and I think it's such an even playing field too. It does not matter what kind of cow you're walking in the ring with. If you know the animal, you work well with the animal, you stay calm and cool and collected, they're no longer looking at your cow, but they're really just kind of watching you, really, when it comes to showmanship.
Yes, exactly. And it's great getting to enter in the ring as a level playing field there. You're like, okay, now I get to show.
Just a single entry here in the Jersey cow division, but what a tremendous individual the young ladies brought out here. Another really, really quality individual. Just the kind of cow you love to see come in the parlor of a morning or afternoon when you milk, and just tremendous quality. Mammary system, really well balanced and attached. Really nice cow. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next, Class 26 jerseys, junior 3-year-olds. And on deck, Class 27, your Jersey senior 3-year-olds. And the results from Class 25 in first in the Jersey junior 2-year-old was exhibited by Katie Ford.
So you mentioned that you showed and were really involved in dairy kind of growing up. What breed did you show? What was maybe your bread and butter? What was your experience like as a showman?
I was actually a Jersey person. We had a lot
There
of
you go.
jerseys.
Your ladies are in the ring.
I know, right? Yeah, we showed some jerseys growing up. We now we have a couple left, but gonna don't show as much as we used to. But jerseys, they were so much fun. The smaller breed, everyone, always talks about being the little breed, but they were little, they're feisty, and they were so much fun.
Yeah. So you showed in Wells County then,
Yes.
right? Okay. So what do you think is the major...
And they were so much fun.
Yeah. So you showed in Wells County then,
Yes.
right? Okay. So what do you think is the major difference now that you showed in Wells County, obviously still very involved in the 4-H program there, but you've got like students that are now really involved in Adams County. What do you see as like the big difference between the counties?
I think a big thing I'm still getting used to is like even in a different show. So we have like beef all in one show, and then dairy beef and dairy feeders are in a different show in that night. So it's kind of combined a little differently at this county fair, which I like. It's just different,
Yeah.
And then over here, dairy is a little more. It is bigger over here than it is in Wells County.
Yeah.
Single entry out here in the junior 3-year-old division of the Jersey show, and just another tremendous quality individual. Really hard over the top line, got that dairy strength you like to see, and then you get to another beautiful, beautiful mammary system, level on the other floor, well attached. Really nice. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we need Class 27 Jersey senior 3-year-old. And on deck, Class 28, your Jersey junior 4-year-old. Your results from Class 26 from your junior 3-year-old Jersey class, and first was Mila Mosier.
So maybe too, you can talk a little bit. If you're speaking to a 4-H'er, one of your kind of students, what is one thing, I would say even just ag industry as a whole, not even just dairy, that you hope that they are able to walk away learning?
It would be great, all the hard work and dedication, no matter how, being in 4-H, no matter how you did and placed and everything, it really taught you a lot of life lessons. I think that's what it is. I hope you have fun your 10 years and take that and the hard work and everything into the workforce as you get older, as you start to get a job. It's really important. People look at being involved in ag, FFA, and 4-H. They would look at that a lot. So
yeah, well, and it's honestly kind of become synonymous with having a good work ethic. I think that's just a testament to the investment and the involvement that the families have in supporting their 4-H'ers, keeping them involved and helping them grow.
Another single entry here in the Jersey Cow division, but just another really quality individual. She's got that beautiful uphill run, levelness of the other floor, the veining on the udder. Just a tremendous individual. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next, Class 28, your Jersey 4-year-old cow class. And in Class 29 is on deck, your 5-year-old Brown Swiss. Your results from Class 27, your Jersey senior 3-year-old was exhibited by Katie Ford, and that was first place.
Well, thank you so much, Audrey, for just kind of coming on and sharing a little bit of your thoughts and experience in the dairy industry. And it's exciting to see how you're kind of building the program and ag program and FFA program there at South Adams. So
yeah, it's a lot of fun. Thanks for having me. I like being in a different county and joining Adams County, getting the taste of this over here.
Welcome to the family.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Audrey Barnes, everyone.
All right, so we've got another interview
Another
here.
single entry here in the Jersey cow division. Just another extremely well quality individual here. She's got that dariness about the front end. She stands tall at the point of the shoulder as well, and just gets around the ring on a tremendous set of feet and legs. And then you get to the mammary system, and you certainly admire the attachments on this cow as well, and the balance of the mammary system. Just a really nice cow. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next for Class 29 Brown Swiss for the 5-year-olds. And on deck is Class 30 Jersey, your age cow. The results for Class 28, your 4-year-old Jersey in first place was Lauren Ford.
Okay, so it looks like we're on to the 5-year-old cows here. Not too much more to go through the cow show. It's a pretty small show for the cows here. But on the mic now, we've got Jasper Shuck. He is one of the members or participants of the Adams Central National Dairy Judging Team that's coming up here in a couple of months. And so we're just going to talk to him a little bit here about that. So Jasper, if you just want to introduce yourself, tell everybody who you are and where you're from.
My name's Jasper Shuck. I'm going to be a senior here at Adams Central High School. I live in Geneva and pretty involved in the 4-H and FFA stuff here in Adams County.
Okay, so we've had Cooper on as well, who's also with your team there. So why don't you just go ahead and tell us about your team, your judging experience for dairy judging, and what you're excited about for the national contest coming up.
Yeah, so obviously there's me, Cooper Steele, Cale Beer, and Ben Hershey. Us 4 guys have been doing dairy judging with each other for a couple years now. Obviously at all the competitions, get to stay in hotel rooms with each other and do fun stuff like go out to eat. So yeah, we usually make sure that we have a pretty fun time while still trying to stay serious about the dairy judging, but it's usually a great experience with the 4 of us guys, and we usually have a really good time.
And I know that Cooper was kind of talking about how you guys with the Indianapolis show get the opportunity to possibly go into a world
Just
show.
a single entry here in the Brown Swiss milk cow division in this class. A 5-year-old cow, the young man said, had 4 calves. Just a tremendously framed Brown Swiss cow. She's really got that dairy quality about the front end. She's got that width of chest and heart, and got a really dairy breed quality head, and a really nice mammary system attached well above the hocks yet. Just a really nice Brown Swiss cow. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next, we're going to need Class 30, your Jersey age cow class. On deck is Class 31, your Ayrshire class. Your results from Class 29, your 5-year-old Brown Swiss in first place was exhibited by Christian Whirling.
So back to my question there for you, Jasper. So it sounds like with the Indianapolis contest that you guys are doing, it sounds like it gives the participants an opportunity to possibly do a world contest that's in Scotland this year. So what does that mean to you guys? Is that kind of motivating for you guys to possibly be able to do that?
Yeah, obviously the Indianapolis contest is the largest one for national dairy, and we haven't been to that one before, so that one should be pretty interesting to go to. And I think we're going to try to get prepared for it this school year, and I think all 4 of us are pretty excited for the contest and everything. And with it, with the opportunity to be able to go overseas and see a lot of different high-quality animals and stuff like that, I think that's kind of a motivator for a lot of the other gentlemen. I'd be thrilled to go. Obviously, it's not something I really thought was a possibility, but it'll definitely be interesting to see how it all shakes out and everything. But I think it should be extremely cool to go to the Indy contest, and I think we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, that's a neat thing that not a lot of people have the opportunity to do, and so just the fact that you guys have the potential to do that. Sounds like the judge is going to talk.
In the age cow division here of the Jersey show, just a single entry again, but really another quality individual. She's got a tremendous length from head to tail. And then you get that openness and depth of rib. You just really admire that for the Jersey cow. Cow that's currently dry and That's the kind of dry udder I like to see when my cows go dry. Just a tremendous individual. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we have Class 31, your Ayrshire class, and then Class 32, your Holstein, will be on deck. Results from Class 30, and first for your jerseys was Noah Guerrera.
So Jasper, why don't you kind of hit on what's your favorite and also what would be that you consider the hardest part of dairy judging?
Obviously, the dairy judging competition, you got to do a lot of decision making on your own. Obviously, it is a team, but you are on your own having to make decisions, and everyone has their own personal preferences of what they're looking for in a dairy cow compared to what someone else might. And you get a class of 4 high-quality animals, and you're stuck kind of making a tougher decision on which one you're going to win, but not only which one's going to win and which one's going to go last, but you also want to try to get those ones in second and third in the exact same order to get a higher score for not only yourself but the team. So the placings, doing that on your own can be challenging, but then you also have to defend yourself and your reasonings behind how you placed each animal in that class.
Single entry here in this Ayrshire cow division. A tremendously framed cow here as well. She's got that openness of rib. Walks on a good set of feet and legs. Young lady said she's due in September. Hopefully she'll calve in real nice and have her heifer calf. Congratulations.
Okay, so up next we need Class 32, your Holstein, Sophia Mudd. Your results from Class 31 is your Ayrshire. That was exhibited by Sophia Mudd.
Okay, so looks like this is our last class of the cow division, and so it looks like we're going to go into a couple of different things after this, but as we just kind of wrap up here with Jasper, why don't you kind of tell us, sounds like you've had a successful year so far at the county fair. Why don't you tell us what you have accomplished and what you got coming up tonight?
Obviously, I guess the fair turned out to be a little better than I thought. I showed on Sunday. I started out with a breeding ewe that I've been working with for a while, and she ended up being reserve grand. And then I did showmanship with her and was glad to be able to win that, and I'll be in Supreme Showmanship this evening.
Okay. Congratulations on that. Is there anything that you want to share from 4-H that you've learned and kind of maybe your favorite lesson that you've had from it so far?
Yeah, I think obviously 4-H is just great, and Adams County is just a super competitive place for 4-H, and I don't think that you get to see that at a lot of fairs. So I think probably just the friendly competition, wanting to work harder and compete with everybody else, but also just the friends that you meet along the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Single entry once again here in the Holstein age cow division, but another cow, I know you probably get tired of hearing me saying just a tremendous frame, but she has one as well. She's got that really nice uphill run, and then she's got that openness, the depth of rib, and she walks on a nice set of feet and legs. Got a really nice dried up mammary system. Congratulations.
Well, Jasper, thank you very much for coming on, and best of luck to you in Supreme Showmanship this evening. We hope that goes well for you, and best of luck with the Adams Central FFA team as you guys go on to the national contest, and hope you guys the best, and possibly getting to do that world judging contest.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you.
Sharing happiness, displaying confidence, and promoting health. Your smile does a lot for you.
And at Riverstone Dental, we make smiles happen. Across 2 locations at Riverstone Dental, our compassionate dentists and caring staff provides unparalleled care to patients of all ages. Using the latest technology and procedures, we offer an extensive list of general dentistry services. Whether you're stopping in for your routine cleaning and checkup, or you need restorative care, including implants, crowns, bridges, and more, we'll provide quick, comfortable care. Additionally, we perform orthodontic procedures as well. With traditional metal braces or the convenient Invisalign system, we can help you perfect your beautiful smile. Riverstone Dental. We make smiles happen.
Do you need repairs done on your farm equipment or grain handling equipment? Maybe you need steps or a railing made, livestock gates, or your wife's favorite chair. Ironclad Metalworks is who you need. We specialize in agribusiness welding and fabricating. We have the skills you need to get the job done correctly, from existing equipment repairs to new fabrications. No project is too big or too small. We can do it all. Do you have an idea but can't seem to bring it to life? Stop by and let us help you make your ideas a reality. Come see us at 620 Berne Street in Berne or call 260-525-0471.
One is more than a number. It's pride in our history and the promise of what's to come. One farmer, one seed, one season. One changes everything. In 1926, Henry A. Wallace and the founders of Pioneer revolutionized farming, and we've been innovating ever since. 100 starts with one. Our 100th season starts with you.
Cow. So again, just to clarify, we're going to do the senior champions. We're going to start off with Ayrshire. So we need the seniors to come in, and then the junior to be on deck right outside the ring.
Okay, welcome back. It looks like we are getting towards the end of the cow show here. I believe that you're starting some of the champion divisions here.
First senior champion today of our Ayrshire show. We just had the one individual out here today, but like I said earlier in class, you certainly admire the frame she exhibits. She's really powerful there. Hang on. You got to stay. You got to stay. You certainly admire the power she exhibits all the way through, and she's hard over the top line and walks on a nice set of feet and legs. She'll be your senior champion division. We're going to bring that junior champion heifer back in here and select for overall grand champion of the Ayrshire show today.
So to explain kind of what we've got going on here with this, so we're going to start naming the cow senior champions of each breed. And so Sophia Mudd has won senior champion Ayrshire, and then we bring in the champion heifer, and then they will name a grand champion Ayrshire. So now we have the champion heifer and the champion cow of the Ayrshire breed, and then they will name a grand champion, and we'll walk through each breed that way, going into Brown Swiss next.
Looks like we're jumping in right now to the champion Ayrshires. We've got a couple here.
For overall grand champion today of the Ayrshire show, we brought back our junior champion heifer, a heifer that I really liked today earlier, everything. But we got the senior champion winner here as well, and I'm really happy with my senior champion. I like her over the top line. I think she's a little bit harder over the top line, a little more overall balance than our heifer. She's going to be your grand champion today. Reserve on the heifer. Congratulations.
Okay, so your senior champion Ayrshire was exhibited by Sophia Mudd. That award was sponsored by Pleasant Ridge Farms. And so then your grand champion Ayrshire was also exhibited by Sophia Mudd from that Class 31. That banner is sponsored by the First Bank of Berne. And then your reserve grand champion Ayrshire was exhibited by Sophia Mudd with the junior division. Up next, we'll be doing your senior champion Brown Swiss.
There you go. That was our grand champion, Ayrshire, Sophia Mudd, and then Beckett Ogg. We're going right now into our Brown Swiss. But we've got the chance to talk to Audrey Barnes just a little bit ago, the advisor at South Adams. Now we've got another advisor here from Adams Central, Miss Ingrid Colhagen. We're excited to get to chat with you a little bit. Would you mind just kind of sharing for some of the viewers your background? I know growing up in dairy, raising your kids in dairy, what your involvement looks like.
When I was a kid, we started actually showing way before I was in 4-H. My cousins were doing it, like several different cousins. Grandpa was all part of the farm yet, and I can still remember, I imagine I was 6, 7, or 8. We actually came to Adams County to an open show, and it was the hottest weekend of the world. But I can still see that to this day. I still see us all showing. I still see
we
my
just
brothers,
had the one
very
Brown
little.
Swiss milk cow in the senior division today, but a really quality individual. The young man's brought out here. You really admire the frame on this cow as well. She's really hard over the top line, stands tall at the point of the shoulder, and just walks on a really nice set of feet and legs. He'll be our senior champion today. Congratulations.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? I mean, then ending up back in Adams County.
Yeah, never in my life I would ever consider that I would ever live in Adams County, because I can still remember that drive home. It was the longest drive home, too. Being that young, I could still, it was just, that's the way it was. But
tell everybody kind of where you grew up then, too.
Yeah, I grew up in Noble County, and our mailing address is actually Kimmel.
And now as we select your overall grand champion of the Brown Swiss show today, we brought that junior champion heifer back in. Heifer that I really admire today. Every time young ladies brought her out here, and I like her more each time she comes out here. Heifer that I think she's going to have some fun with down the road, and hopefully mature into a really nice cow eventually. But that being said, for grand today, we're going to go ahead and go with the milk cow. We got a cow that's already calved in here and got an adequate mammary system. He'll be your grand champion today. Reserve grand on the heifer. Congratulations.
Okay, so your results for your senior champion Brown Swiss. The senior champion exhibited by Christian Whirling. That award is sponsored by Pringers Incorporated. And so your grand champion Brown Swiss is also Christian Whirling, and that banner is sponsored by the First Bank of Berne. And your reserve grand champion Brown Swiss was exhibited by Ellie Lingridge. Up next, we need your Holsteins.
Yeah, got cut off. Yeah. So you said Kimmel, Noble County, now back in Adams County.
Yes. So grew up on a registered Holstein farm. My grandpa was a part of that and when I was younger, and then my dad finally bought him all out. And then as our family of 5, Mom, Dad, Lucas, and Les, we milked cows 50, 60, 70, just depended on the year. And then all of us kids went through 4-H, 10 years of dairy. And I can still remember one summer we did 11 shows, and between baling hay and milking cows, Mom and Dad figured it out. So it's been a good thing for our family, and we're still doing that to this day. My brother Lucas is back home. He went to Purdue, made some decisions to stay back on the farm because Dad died in 2000, and he still had some opportunities business-wise. He's got his education from Purdue, but he still came back, and he's still doing that to this day. He actually sold out here a couple of years ago, did an online sale, and then realized that he doesn't really want to work for somebody else. He wants to be his own boss. So he's doing that, and he's actually helping out my 3 kids lease calves, and then my other brother Les, who's up at Elkhart County. and he's had 3 kids to go through it as well. So we have leased calves from Lucas, and the kids try to get home to help. And I know my brother Les's kids try to get home to help. And so we're still trying to keep the legacy alive as much as we can. You know, it's changed a lot. The showing industry has definitely changed since we were kids, and even for my dad's time frame and grandpa's time frame as well. So
the judges mentioned it a few times today. It's kind of disappointing when you see the numbers of just the dairy project, specifically in 4-H, but also the number of local family dairy farms going down. But maybe you can even speak to what's something kind of positive that you're seeing in the dairy industry, maybe coming down the pipeline. We've mentioned quite a few times it's definitely disappointing to see the decline, but there's obviously a lot of positives coming out of the industry too.
Yeah, there's definitely positives. I mean, I hate to say it, the small guys are getting bought out or can't do it anymore and they sell out. And of course the bigger guys are getting bigger, but the quality is still there. I mean, the industry still needs milk. I mean, that is the number one thing we've got to keep
the 2
producing.
Holstein cows out here to select for our senior champion of the Holstein show today, and 2 really nice individuals in their own right, both individuals that can stand some competition on down the road. And this summer junior 2-year-old is just really something else. You just admire the quality she exhibits all the way through. And then, like I said earlier, you get that mammary system. Just not a whole lot you'd change about that. And then the age cow the young lady has got out here, just a tremendously framed cow. Cow that's got a lot of power all the way through. She stands tall at the point of shoulder, got that nice uphill run. Just a nice cow to admire and look at. That being said, senior champion, your Holstein show today, we're going to go with this summer junior 2-year-old just on the quality of mammary system and overall quality all the way through. Congratulations. Congratulations. Not taking anything away from the age cow for reserve, a tremendous cow in her own right, a cow that I'd really like to have in a dry cow lot of my own. Congratulations.
So maybe then you can speak to now raising your kids. You mentioned that your kids are still really involved, kind of leasing from your brother. It's a whole family affair. What's that like for you growing up in it, and now you get to watch your kids and walk them through the industry you love?
It's really good. It means a lot, especially since Dad is not around anymore. And it's a legacy for my brother. And the nice thing is that what he's done for my own kids and my brother's other kids, every calf has still been labeled Hiveland, and that's our family's prefix. And so we haven't had to go out and buy anything, and we accept that, and that's been kind of the neatest thing. Like, we can still raise them, we can still show them, and they're going to turn into good production cows and turn right around and give us a calf, and that's probably the true heart of it. That's the love of the dairy cow. Honestly,
we talked earlier that, I mean, all 4-H projects, but specifically like the dairy project is one of the most family-centered projects that you can be a part of.
Yes, it can be. I mean, still at 4 or 5, 6 o'clock, it's chore time. Once you've lived that your whole life, and now you teach it to your kids and haul manure and bedding and feeding and learn how to feed and clip. I mean, it's all part of it. So that's the biggest thing I think 4-H can teach any child is work ethic and learning how to do something. I don't care if it's a foods project or aquatic science. You still have that education, and your goal, like with 4-H, is always to make the best better, but you're sure learning how to get it to the best.
Yeah.
That is for sure. So.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's funny, we were talking, you mentioned the prefix, your family's prefix.
Yes.
We were talking, and of
For
course,
overall grand champion of our Holstein show today, we got our senior champion Holstein out here and our reserve senior champion. And we brought this junior champion heifer out here to just a tremendous lineup out here to select for grand champion. Just really happy with the quality we have out here. And for overall grand, it's easy for me. We're going to go with this summer junior 2-year-old. She's going to be your grand champion today. Just a tremendous individual. For reserve, it gets a little closer for me. Much as I really love this spring yearling heifer, we're going to go with reserve on the old cow down here. Congratulations.
Okay, so your results for your senior champion Holstein, that was exhibited by Clay Beer, and your senior reserve champion was exhibited by Sophia Mudd, and that award was sponsored by the Dubrook Farms Dean Beer. And so then your grand champion Holstein, that banner is sponsored by the First Bank of Berne. Your winner for grand champion is Clay Beer, and then your reserve grand champion was exhibited by Sophia Mudd. Up next, we're going to need your senior champion jersey, excuse me, and then we'll bring back all the grand champions for the Supreme Cow. We will not have to bring back your grand champion Milk and Shorthorn for the back in the ring.
But Brian and I were talking earlier. We were trying to decipher some of these names and prefixes. Maybe as an expert here, can you explain? We were rating some of them.
Okay.
Where maybe they make these prefixes, or kind of
Yeah.
how the naming process works, because it's a little unique.
Yes. The one that you probably see a lot of here today is the Mosier family. They have kept that prefix, well, the family farm name, I should say, Pleasant Ridge. They have kept that all through their cattle, so that's a registered animal under them. And then you see like Caffey Hill, that's under Brent Caffey.
With Caffey, and then there's Bless Calf is a few of them.
Yes, Bless Calf, yeah, that's all between Lonnie and Brent. And then when we see Norleen, that's the Mudd family. That's Norman and Arlene. So it's a mom and dad that kept the Becker two names.
When here's your maiden name, obviously you look Hiveland with Bo's one here.
Yeah, you'll see that under, like, Hive Land is Hively, and then land is your land, farm ground. And then if we had Kookahan, it's Kookland also as well. So that's kind of the neat thing we do for the dairy show order is definitely put in the prefixes, or definitely put in the farm names. We want to know where these cattle are coming from. Are they Adams County, or are they, bought somewhere else? Some you may not recognize here on the show order, but families, when you do that, you just know exactly where they come from. So
they talked a lot yesterday at this wine show. That, of course, they have like the pedigrees of where the show pigs were bought and things like that. But that one, or that show, and then dairy is really the only one you get to see that.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It would be nice to see other, if you could do that.
Yeah,
if you could.
Somebody wants to keep all those records and make the show order for that.
Yes.
But yeah, we were hoping to find an expert who could explain some of those names.
And you got beers in there, and Mount Masal is also Max and Sally. And then, but you have some other ones here that's changed over time. But there's a few that I can't say. I know I'm kind of more out of it now in a few of these prefixes. They've come from out of state for sure, that I'm not sure exactly where they have come from. But I suppose if my brothers were sitting here, they would all know them, of course, more than I would. But
that's really cool.
Yeah, a lot of the prefix too. What you also see too is they will also do, like for example, if you see Hiveland Airdrop Aggie, well, Hiveland means where it came from the farm, then Airdrop is usually the sire. And then our family, what we've done for tradition and legacy years is we chose, like, Aggie is her name, but the A represents the sire, and then we try to match her name up with the dam. So
like an alliteration.
Yeah, so I can still remember my first year 4-H calf in '84. Her name was Shelley, and her mother was Nellie, and it was out of Noah. We know it was a popular sire then, and Shelley was out of Shanghai Slim, out of Sequoia Farms, which was the Godwin family down near Indianapolis, Muncie Pocket there, which some of you, if you're listening, you might know. So so that's kind of
cool.
how that connects in our family, what we do. Other people do a lot of different things, but that's what we do. So we can always relate back to where it came from. So
I think that's cool. We talked to, obviously, looks like the judge has some comments here.
So we bring these Jersey milk cows out here for senior champion of our Jersey show today. You just got to admire the quality we have out here. All 5 of these individuals, just tremendous individuals in their own right, and it's just a pleasure and honor for me to see these animals out here today, and the guys that got them ready in the barn, the kids and their parents and the helpers or whatever, they've all done a tremendous job, and I just consider it a privilege to get to place these animals today and select your champions, and just a real quality group out here. And there's 2 in this group that kind of pop out just a little extra for me today, and just on their overall quality. And there's one individual out here just got an extremely nice frame on the animals, got that openness, depth of rib, and get to that mammary system. You just love the attachments and the balance of the mammary system, and she glides around the ring so smoothly on her feet and legs, and just a really handy winner for me today. It's going to be your senior champion right here. For reserve, we're going to go with this cow here. I'm not exactly sure what, a 4-year-old, I think, possibly. She's going to be your reserve today. Congratulations. Just a tremendous milk cow show in the Jersey show today.
So we talked a little bit. It's special for you to get to walk through that with your own kids. But now, as an ag teacher, you volunteer for 4-H, and you're really involved with, I would say, the youth in agriculture, especially in Adams County.
Just hold it there.
What's that experience like? You're getting to teach not only in the classroom, you teach in 4-H, and you're kind of a leader in that area. What's that like?
You're fine.
It's a lot. I'll be flat honest.
You stay too, please.
When I got married to my husband Brad, I was teaching. I quit, started
You can
subs
get around.
teaching,
You can go ahead.
and then of course we moved over here to Adams County, taught at Norwell, and then had kids. 10 years I left it, and now I'm back in it, and I enjoy teaching. There's no doubt about it, and bringing my kids into it with the 4-H and FFA, I think sometimes they get burned out a little bit. I need an extra kid on the team, but it's been good to.
As we select your overall grand champion Jersey show today, and it's just tremendous quality we've had out here today, and really love this heifer in the heifer show. She was my junior champion. We brought her back out, but we just got way too much quality here in the milk cow division. For grand, we're going to stick with our senior in reserve. Congratulations.
Okay, so your senior champion jersey was exhibited by Katie Ford, and your reserve junior champion, your senior reserve champion was exhibited by Lauren Ford. That award was sponsored by Kugelshagen Holsteins. Your grand champion jersey, that banner is sponsored by the First Bank of Berne. That is also Katie Ford, and your reserve grand champion jersey is Lauren Ford. We're going to be doing the Supreme Dairy Cow Champions here, so we're going to need the grand champion Ayrshire with Sophia Mudd, the grand champion Brown Swiss exhibited by Christian Merling, your grand champion Holstein Clay Beer, and your grand champion jersey exhibited by Katie Ford. We do also want to recognize, we don't need them back in the ring, but your grand champion Milk and Horn was exhibited by Beckett Ogg, and that banner is sponsored by the First Bank of Berne.
Yeah, back to your kind of experience then teaching and involvement. Obviously, then your husband's really involved in 4-H too, so it's kind of become a family affair for you guys.
Yeah, it's summer's gone,
Yeah.
basically.
Summer is 4-H.
Yeah, summer's 4-H, gardening, custom work. I mean, you name it. We finally just get everything done you can, but we also start in December. But it's nice to see a lot of our FFA kids here that are 4-Hers, FFA kids, be successful. It's nice to see them come into the classroom. And that's probably the neat thing for me, being a 4-H leader and everything I've done with FFA, that they can come to my classroom and feel at home. If you understand, when you come to the ag classroom, you just feel like, hey, it's you're used to. Yeah, I don't know how to describe it. It's like sitting on a show box and you know everybody, I guess, but you're in the classroom and it's agriculture. So the education part, it's really neat to see the kids and see their successes and then what I like is they can bring that to the classroom. So, like, for example, I don't show pigs, but I could definitely rely on a student to give me a set of reasons, bring his pigs in, or explain something that I didn't know. And it's really neat that I learned something, too. That's one thing I will say. I still learn stuff. As many years I've been in it, it's neat to see what these kids do and know, and then still teach me. And I appreciate that. And I question some of it sometimes, probably. They question me sometimes, too, I'm sure. But I think that's the neat part. It's all a full circle from anything that we do in agriculture, know. So.
Well, and we were talking with Audrey, too. The connection, 4-H and FFA they're two separate organizations, but there's so much crossover in the volunteers, the people involved, the students. It's not required, but, I mean, if somebody's in one, they're likely involved in the other to some degree. And so there's a lot of skills, knowledge, all of those things intermingle a lot. And I feel like you've probably seen that intersection a lot, kind of where you're at.
Yeah, and that makes it nice when you're especially like in FFA, we do, been doing a livestock skill-a-thon competition in the last few years. And that's just strictly swine, beef cattle, goats, and there's another one I can't remember, but we can bring in 4 different kids and they can compete as a team. And like, that's awesome. If
they
you
all
got
their own kind of niche knowledge.
Yes, and they teach each other. And then the nice thing is cattle's a lot of flexibility. I will say that. I mean, from beef to dairy, so that's really flexible to do that. So that's kind of the neat part too. You bring in that 4-H aspect into the FFA competition, and then we all learn together.
Yeah.
That's the cool part. So.
I was going to say you're never not learning too,
Yeah.
which is a cool spot to be in.
Yeah, very much so.
And it feels like the students recognize that, like almost all of them, some of the tenure members, like reading their bios, their favorite thing is making memories. They're constantly learning. They're like, yeah, it's been 10 years and I still feel like I just started in a
Yeah.
lot of ways, which is cool that it flies by, but they're still investing even in the 10th year. I've heard somebody say they're not running to the finish line, but they're running through it. Like they
Yeah.
want to finish well, which I
Mhm.
think is really cool.
Yeah, very true. Well, it's really cool. I will make this comment, but he's going to talk. But I think it's really
As
awesome.
I
we
said
have all these
earlier,
breeds here
I
at our
certainly
county
consider
fair.
it a privilege to come here today to place your animals today and to work with the youth here in the county. And I've been extremely happy with everything, the animals, the kids, how the show is run, the crowd here today watching. And I think this is going to end the part on the cow part, selecting the cows, and we got showmanship coming up yet, and hope you all stick around for that, support the kids, but just consider this a tremendous opportunity to select your supreme champion out here today. The quality out here has just been outstanding, and some of the individuals out here I think have just really, really bright futures as we go on to the state fair and the national shows, and certainly appreciate these 4 individuals out here. It's going to be the supreme of the milk cow division, and it's really close for me here today. And I could give reasons either way of how I would go out here today, but I think there's one individual that's just a little bit more on the money today for me. Not saying tomorrow or a week from now or a month from now it might be different, but I'm going to pick my supreme today on the way they look today, and I think they all have bright futures ahead of them. And like I said, I certainly consider it a privilege to place these animals today, because I really love this stuff, and to see the quality that you have out here today, should all be very proud. So let's give all these kids and all the kids that showed early a nice round of applause. With that being said, I'm going to go out and get you a Supreme and Reserve, and I'll come back and give you a few reasons why.
Yeah, while he's kind of making his final decision there to finish that other point, I mean, the incredible diversity that we've got in Adams County and the numbers, it's really awesome.
Yeah, it's really cool to see that we have a Jersey, obviously.
There you go.
Oh.
Looks like Jersey is your supreme dairy cow champion.
The only one we're missing in Adams County is Guernsey.
There you
So
go.
when I grew up, it was Holstein and Guernsey.
Okay.
And that was the big farms up there. And now
Almost checked all the boxes.
Like I said, it's an extreme honor to do this, and I could give reasons either way on picking these for Supreme, and they're both very, very deserving of it. But today, I think the Jersey is just a little bit more on the muddy. I think she's got a little more depth of body and a little bit more openness of rib today than the really extremely fancy summer junior 2-year-old that I think give her another month, or I don't know. I think she's got a tremendous future also. I think she just needs to body down a little bit and get a little more openness of rib. But two tremendous individuals, not taking anything away from the others. But let's give them a real nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Okay, so your Supreme Dairy Cow Champion was exhibited by Katie Ford from the Jerseys. That award is sponsored by Steve and Judy Mudd. And your Reserve Supreme Dairy Cow Champion was exhibited by Clay Beer. We're going to do some special recognition, so we're going to need some of these students to come up by the ringside. I'm going to go ahead and call your names if you guys want to come on in. We're going to start off. We need Christian Whirling to go ahead and come in the ring because we're going to do a 10-year recognition. But some other students that we need to come on up and hang out by the ringside: Ryan Beer, Becca Dog, Fred Kunkel, Logan Beer, Nora Graves, Charlie Ford, Bo Colhagen, Clay Beer, and Bree Colhagen. If you guys can come up by the ringside. But in the ring, we need Christian Whirling, please.
Well, thank you, Ingrid, so much for bringing some of your experience and knowledge of just the dairy industry and to share a little bit with us today.
No, I appreciate it. It's been a good day. It's good weather, and that's a big one.
Okay,
that's for sure. So thank you much.
We will be doing senior showmanship first, but right now we want to recognize we have a 10-year member, so we want to recognize Christian Whirling. So, Christian, what we're going to have you do is you're going to obviously tell us your family, what are some of your future plans, and maybe advice to a younger 4-H member, okay?
I'm Christian Whirling, and my parents are Tracy and John Whirling. I plan on going to UNOH for agricultural equipment maintenance, so working on tractors and other heavy diesel equipment. And some advice I'd give is that in 4-H and in other times in life, stuff's going to be hard. And you're going to have to do stuff that you don't want to, or you may not think you can. But it's best to push through those things and know that there's always some light at the end of the tunnel in the end. So.
All right, congratulations. Thank you, Christian, and for hanging out for 10 years. Thank you. Okay, so earlier this year, so we need these students to come on in up here in front, and we're going to have Charlie Ford, Nora Graves, Logan Beer, and then we'll also do Bree Colhagen, Cale Beer, and Bo Colhagen. If you guys want to all come up here front, they competed in what's called a dairy skillathon, and the dairy skillathon, what these students would do is they'd go through, take a general knowledge exam over dairy parts, the feed, anything to do with dairy in general, and so they did some what's called a dairy skillathon, and so we want to recognize and give some awards out for that. So we'll be doing that here. Just so we know, on the 10-year member, that award was sponsored by R.J. Becker and Son Shavings for the 10-year dairy award members. We're still waiting on a few more. So, again, we need Nora Graves, Charlie Ford, and Cale Beer. We'll give the seniors time to get ready for showmanship. And while they're coming in here, we also will need Ryan Beer, Becca Dog, and Fred Kunkel to be close by the ringside.
Are you in the market for a used vehicle, or are you looking for a rental van or trailer? CMA Truck and Auto provides a variety of vehicles in a variety of price ranges, and Swiss City Vans offers rental services for a range of equipment. We invite you to visit us in person at the south edge of Berne on US 27, or to visit us online at cmatruckandauto.com, where you can sort our inventory by price range. You can also visit our Facebook page, where we keep in touch with our customers and promote giveaways. Enjoy the vehicle buying process without hidden fees or high-pressure sales at CMA.
Passion. It's inside the barn at 5 a.m. It's dirty boots, calloused hands, and the energy to keep going. Passion is every step, again and again. Passion. It's giving it the best you've got. It's hard work that pays off. Show right. Feed your passion.
Where you're going and how you get there matters. Along the way, the right financial guidance can make all the difference. That's why there's Everence. Together, charting your path with a full range of caring financial services. For starting out, growing your future, caring for loved ones, and sharing with others. In a life of faith and impact, It's your financial journey. Let's go. Visit us at everence.com/burn.
Any brand, any color. You break it, we'll fix it. Newspawn Mechanical is located just north of Berne, along with over 175 years of combined service in the field. Newspawn Mechanical offers a wide range of rental equipment and attachments. If you're looking to upgrade your equipment or starting from scratch, whether it's new or used, they can help to find the right machine for you. Stop and see the full line of Gale and Manitou equipment with leasing and financing options available, along with a full line of Manitou parts and attachments. Call 260-589-3802 to find out what we have to offer.
Arnold Lumber at 425 Winchester Street in Decatur is a complete building center for all building contractors and do-it-yourselfers. We supply every facet of building supplies that you will need to complete your next project, but we can also help you get the work done. We install doors, windows, overhead doors, and roofs locally when the materials are purchased from us. We install pole barn packages all over Indiana, Ohio, and southern Michigan, and we provide rooftop delivery with shingle purchases. Open 7 to 5 Monday through Friday and 7 to 12 on Saturday. Let us help you with all of your construction project needs.
Farming is more than a livelihood. It's a legacy. Simplot was founded by a hardworking farmer like you over 90 years ago, and we've been growing America's farms for generations. With local crop advisors grounded in your success, Simplot Grower Solutions is in your fields and by your side. We dig in deep to pinpoint what you need, where you need it, when you need it, even when the forecast is unpredictable.
Since opening Miller Land Surveying in 2005, we've grown to not only service Adams County, but the entire Northeast Indiana region. Business growth has led us to expand with additional field crews, advanced technology, locations in both Monroe and Fort Wayne. Miller Land Surveying partners with various clients to aid in residential and commercial real estate transactions, development of schools, industrial parks, subdivisions, various commercial development projects, and more. At Miller Land Surveying, precision and professionalism is where we draw the line.
At FM Investment Services, we continue to serve and advise our clients with dedication and experience, and our team includes 2 registered investment professionals. Lee Flickinger, with over 30 years of experience helping clients navigate their financial journeys, and Lori Garwood, bringing more than 25 years of investment expertise to the table. Together, Lee and Lori are committed to helping you achieve your financial goals, and supporting them is Tina Marbaugh, Administrative Assistant, who has 4.5 years of experience in the investment field. Call us today, 260-368-9939 to schedule your consultation. FM Investment Services, experience you can trust, advice you can count on.
At Zerker's Best One, we've changed our name to Best One of Monroe. Still the same family ownership, simply a new name. Same great people, same great service, same great prices. You know who we are.
We are serving customers first.
We are trustworthy.
We are passionate.
We are committed.
We are community focused.
We are locally owned.
We are the family you've depended on for over 70 years. We are Best One of Monroe.
Best One of Monroe, celebrating 75 years of selling tires, serving people.
Krukerberg Auction and Realty of Decatur is dedicated to providing you with a grand auction experience. Their stellar team has over 100 years of combined listing and sales experience, specializing in auctioning homes, personal property, land, farms, equipment, antiques, and business liquidations. Licensed in Indiana and Ohio, call Krukerberg Auction and Realty at 724-7402 or stop by 1030 South 13th Street in Decatur. Make the best choice by making Krukerberg Auction and Realty your first choice for a grand auction and realty experience.
Cooper Farms raises turkeys, hogs, and chickens for table eggs, using innovative, sustainable practices that protect our land, our water, and our animals. With over 2,500 team members and around 450 contract family farmers, we produce the highest quality essential food ingredients and products. Our family shares this legacy of stewardship with families, team members, our customers, and the community.
Here at the local Keystone Energy office in Monroe, our drivers,
Service technicians, administrative assistants, and sales staff are centered on you. We work hard to meet your energy needs with superior products and exceptional service.
We are here to lead with purpose, serve with impact, grow responsibly with our local community, embrace our roots and humble beginnings.
Keystone Cooperative Monroe team is centered on you.
Take charge of your finances with Financial Partners, FCU's You Choose Rewards credit card options. Choose a fixed rate card with an APR as low as 8.00% for consistent payments. Need a fresh start with credit? The Premier card offers a fixed 13.99% APR. Both require credit approval. Apply today at financialpartnersfcu.org. Financial Partners FCU. Member NCUA. Equal housing lender.
At Swissville.
Looks like we've got senior showmanship here walking in the ring. In case you didn't hear some of the guys we've got in here, we've got Ryan Beer, Noah Guerra, Bree Colhagen, Katie Ford, Bo Colhagen, Clayton Minnick, Sophia Mudd, Kale Beer, Ellie Lingrich, and Christian Whirling. So that's going to be our senior showmanship division here. And then we're kind of working backwards, I guess, maybe from, you say, a normal order. Instead of starting with junior, the dairy program starts senior and then backwards. So that gives those intermediate and junior showmen a time and a chance to listen to what the judge has to say, to kind of watch the seniors, maybe take some notes and prepare for later. So they kind of work backwards, which is something unique about the dairy project, which is fun.
Yeah, I always appreciate when shows do that, just because I feel like showmanship is not only a good opportunity to show off your showmanship skills, but really to learn and to hone them in. And I think that it's a great opportunity for the juniors especially. And so I really appreciate when they do this and they can kind of watch these people that have been around the block and know what they're doing. Out here is going to be a lot of really talented showmen, and so it's a great opportunity for the juniors to be sitting ringside watching and listening to the critiques that the judge gives, and allows for them to really adjust what they're going to do when they come in here.
I was going to say they're kind of then hearing the preferences of the judge too, because every judge is a little bit different. So when they can hear like the key things I'm looking for, the key things I really don't like, just his style even.
Yeah, there will never be a perfect showman because the judge is always different, and the judge always wants something different. So the best showman for one judge is going to be the best show. There's going to be a different showman for another judge.
Yeah. Well, and like you said, I mean, just looking the senior group here, that's some incredible talent that you've got competing for showmanship. So honestly, I can imagine that's going to be a tough decision for sure. Well, you get senior here and then you get down to premier. There's a couple students who are returning who maybe have already won senior or already earned their spot, I should say, in premier. And so the person who wins that will then be chosen to represent dairy in Supreme Showmanship tonight. So you get some of the really tough competition here in senior. Then you add in some of those other showmen who have already either won or won senior, proven themselves quite well in premier. So definitely going to see the competition increase.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting just to see. Obviously, we talked about how judges do things different, and this is no different. We'll have to see how he decides to do it. Sometimes they'll kind of pick a couple and make them kind of compete, or they'll just pick a winner straight up. But it'll be interesting to see how the judge handles the showmanship contest. And just kind of explain more so for the junior and intermediate, so kind of how that works. It's based off of age, but then if you win one year, then you move on to the next one instantly. So the winner of the junior division next year will be an intermediate, regardless of if they were supposed to by age or not.
Yeah, I was going to say seniors, high school 9 to 12, intermediates then the 6 to 8, and then juniors 3 to 5. But like you said, if they win, then they automatically get bumped. So those might not always be reflective, but that's kind of where they start. I'll be interested to see if he does, I say anything funky, but anything interesting with them. We've had some judges before, instead of walking them like he has for every other class, he'll switch the direction, or he'll make them pull out to another side, or tell them, okay, go set up somewhere in the ring, and you've got to find the best view of your cow for the judge, because showmanship, and maybe you can talk a little bit about this, it's not even just who walks and sets their animal up the best, but it's also about who knows their animal and knows what view of it looks best.
Yeah, and obviously, again, depends on the judge, but often we'll see that we'll get a lot of questions from the judge. They'll be asking the showers different questions, and typically these are a lot trickier questions than what many 4-H'ers are going to see. This is going to be a lot of nutrition facts. And
might not be the name of their cow.
Yeah, but it might, because their names are really confusing in this
That's
one.
true. Well, we had Mrs. Cohigan was able to be our expert, and she explained some of that for our viewers too.
Okay, that's good.
So here, I'll fill you in. But she was telling us that the prefixes, which we kind of talked about, the Norleen, Pleasant Ridge, Caffey Hill, Blessed Calf, all show like what farm they're from or what family they're from, and then the names sometimes will match up with the dam and the sire. And
Okay.
so there was one, I think it was maybe back here, Dream, Date, or they kind of match up Airdrop Aggie. So she said this one, her daughter's Airdrop is the sire, so then they pick the same letter and come up with a second name for it,
Okay.
so that it matches. It's always connected. So she said every dairy family does it different, but that's kind of what they do, which I thought was helpful insight. I told her we were looking for an expert to help us with that one. So yeah, back to your point though, it might be the name of their cow.
We're going to need the intermediate to be on deck. So if you're going to do intermediate showmanship, you need to be on deck.
The Senior Showmanship Award is going to be sponsored by Beer Farms. And then the Senior Halter winner, that is then sponsored by Norman and Arlene Becker Memorial.
And are you able to explain what the halter winner is?
I actually don't know. Maybe we've got here an announcer here. Can you explain a little bit what the Senior Halter Award is?
We'll tell you.
Okay, we're going to find out more about that Senior Halter Award later on when they announce the winner. Oh, here we go. We've got the additional awards. Halter winner. So every 4-H dairy member that participates in junior, intermediate, or senior showmanship is eligible to win a new halter. Those participating and not winning will be placed in a random drawing for that halter. These awards are established by memorial funds by respective families. 3 members will be awarded the day of show for junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship.
So it sounds like the winner of the division is the winner.
They get that award sponsored by Beer Farms.
And so then then everybody else in the ring then becomes eligible to win the halter.
Yes. So that senior halter, that was the one sponsored by Norman and Arlene Becker Memorial. So yeah, basically whoever doesn't win gets put in the pot to win a free halter.
Okay. So yeah, as you guys can see on the camera so far, it seems like the judge is really working them, making them walk. He's really picking apart how they handle walking their cow or heifer. I know he's had them stop briefly, and then looks like we're walking again. So obviously a big important part of his is how they walk their animal.
Yeah, I think he'll probably take a lot more time with senior and then get a little quicker as he gets to the juniors. Just, I say to wear them out, really, but part of it, I think, with senior is the stamina, like to stay focused, to stay in it, to stay kind of locked in the whole time they're in the ring.
Yeah, and I think the longer you go, the more stamina it takes from your animal, and so the judge here is going to be testing how they handle an animal that starts acting up a lot more too.
Very true. As you can see too, you've got all kinds of different sizes and breed stuff out here for showmanship. And so it goes back to that same point that we talked about when Audrey Barnes was on, that showmanship makes it an equal playing field, that the actual cow that you're walking really doesn't matter in showmanship. It doesn't matter what the cow looks like. It's kind of all about you now, which I guess I always felt took a little bit of the pressure off, that it was me. I wasn't worried about my animal anymore. It was about how I was going to handle it. But for some, maybe that's a little more intimidating.
Yeah, a lot of times I feel like you take your best acting animal versus your best performing animal, because a lot of times if you have one that's been acting better for you in the day, then that's the one that you want out here, because that plays a big role into this.
Yeah, well, and you don't have to specify which one you're going to be showing in showmanship, so that can kind of become a game time decision if maybe the one that you were intending on using just is really having a long day and not in it, then you can kind of make a pivot. But it's nice that you don't have to declare that early on, because you can make that decision when you need to.
Yeah, so the judge is getting a lot of different views now than he was throughout the beginning process. He started out getting a lot of the side profile views and the view of how they walk and whatnot, but right now he's kind of testing them on how do you present the front view, the back view, and how the showman does in showing that off.
Yeah, they're kind of learning, well, not learning, kind of showing off how they move cleanly around the animal, move smoothly. They're not kind of bouncing back and forth. A lot of them seem very comfortable with their calf. They seem very comfortable in the ring. I think these are some really good senior showmen for those juniors. Hopefully are sitting in the stands kind of watching and taking notes. I would say too, you spent some time kind of showing starter calves and more on the beef side, and that's very different than dairy. What do you kind of see as you're watching are some of like the main differences in how you show a big beef steer than a dairy cow?
Yeah, there's similarities, but
obviously no show stick too.
The dairy side is definitely a lot different. Yeah, the show stick is the main thing. Just the style of walking. A lot of people walk in reverse on this one. I honestly don't know the reason for that. Why they walk in reverse.
I don't know. I think it's maybe because they're just walking so slow.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know.
But yeah, it's a much slower pace. They're very methodical and pristine with how they're trying to show off the animal. Just the way that you set them up, because a dairy cow you want to be thin and very feminine looking, versus your steers, you want the bulky and beefy type, and so you're trying to make them wide and make them look as strong as possible, whereas with the heifers and the cows here, they're trying to make them look very feminine. But yeah, it's a very different style of showing. And you've had experience showing in Supreme with these, so how's your experience been?
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to learn, having kind of also shown more of like starter calves and the beef side. Definitely, like you said, a lot slower pace, just because they're really looking. I don't know. It's funny. We always joked that the dairy cows, they look anorexic compared to like beef cows, but it's totally not the case at all. We'll debunk that myth, but it's definitely very interesting. I think the slower pace is a big part of it, and kind of setting the legs. I think with steers, sometimes you alternate them, sometimes you're setting them up in a square. With dairy heifers, you kind of want the foot that's closest to the judge forward to kind of show off their body a little bit more. If they're a milk cow, you want that leg back, so it almost like opens up a view to the mammary system.
Gives a view of the udder, and since that's the most important part, 40% of the scoring for a cow, that's where you want the judge's attention on them.
Yeah, so that's, I mean, a big difference then in just showing heifers versus dairy cows, too. Yeah, in case, we kind of mentioned it, I mean, briefly, but like the dairy cow, most of these milk cows are going to be scored by, I think it's like, is it the American Dairy Association or
something?
A larger dairy organization, and they receive a ranking out of 100 points. And so, obviously, the higher, the better. And so, when he said 40% of my scorecard goes to mammary system, that's kind of what he's talking about. Up to 40 points is up for grabs for a quality mammary system, and then 25% of it, and 25 of those points are dairy strength. So maybe you can explain a little bit what dairy strength means.
Yeah, so kind of go through the rest of them. So udder is 40%, and then you're going to have dairy strength at 25%, their feet and legs at 20%, and then their frame at 15%. I kind of look at dairy strength and frame very similar lights, because dairy strength is a lot of how deep is their chest and their barrel, how do their ribs look, are they from the top or rear view, are they wide and springing out, how's the top line look, and all of those sorts of things. So that's what kind of plays into dairy strength. But then frame is more so how are their bone positioning and their joints and everything. You have their rump structure, because that plays big part into calving. A lot of this plays majorly into calving.
Especially their, like you were just talking about, like the depth, their openness of ribs, their ability to hold
everything.
Calf.
Yes. But yeah, their rump structure is huge, because when you have a problematic rump structure, when they go to calve, they're going to have issues calving, or they're going to create lasting issues following, and then that's going to hurt their production. And so things like the rump structure, their front end, and just kind of their shoulders and how they move and everything. And then you go into feet and legs, and this is obviously a major part. This is why they walk them, and this is, you want them to be on a strong set of feet and legs, because as they go to that aged level and they go through many years, it's important that they can sustain that, and that they're on a strong set, and that their legs are not going to give out on them anytime soon. And so
I think the judge said something earlier. He said you want him to be able to walk back and forth to the milk parlor.
Yeah.
I felt like that was kind of a good one-sentence description of why that matters.
Yes, yeah. But honestly, it can be more valuable than that, because that just sounds like, well, all they got to do is make that one trip. But, I mean, it plays into the calving process, too, because having a calf puts a lot of strain on your body. And so that just can create problems if they have problems in their pregnancy and calving process.
Yeah.
So we just saw the judge go through and ask them questions. We obviously don't know what those questions were, but like I was mentioning, it's typically nutritional questions. What are you feeding them? What's their rations? Or you'll see questions about the body and what's your favorite part about your animal? What's your least favorite? And typically that can come down to listening to the judge give reasons on your class, and whatever he critiques, a lot of times the best thing you can do is say that is your critique of your own animal, because that just proves that to the judge that you were listening to him, that you were attentive during your classes.
That's a great point. Especially like knowing that you were listening to the feedback he gave, and then like kind of spitting that back out to him. Yeah. Well, and I remember, I'm sure, when I showed Cheap, they asked this, and so I'm sure that's maybe something in dairy. Like, what's the highest quality part of your animal? Or, like, what is a big strength that your animal has? Or what's a fault? Like, what would you change about her? I think that's kind of similar to what you were talking about. A big part of it is knowing your animal, too, and having just a knowledge of what your animal should and shouldn't look like.
Yeah.
I think quite a few of these senior members probably travel to a lot of open shows, if not most all of them. So I'm sure they've had some of these calves in the ring and heard lots about them. So hopefully they're able to take some of that knowledge too.
Yeah, and the judge is definitely pushing these guys. They've been out here for quite a while, and so we'll see if he is starting to figure out a decision or if he's still going to keep going on them. But they've definitely been through it. Looks like we're about to hear from him here.
Let's give this senior group a really nice round of applause. Got a tremendous group of kids out here for showmanship in this division, and they all do a really nice job in their own right, and tried to have them work their animals a little bit. And I like to walk behind or stand behind the animals and watch the animal walk, and all your animals, but especially your animals for showmanship, I like to see them walk in a nice straight line, keep their back in line and their head straight, and just little different thing, pet peeves of mine. Feet, of course, how they set their feet up, the balance they have. Some kids just have a better flow with certain animals than others. Just got a nice balance between them, and they've all done a really nice job. I wouldn't be afraid to let any one of these individuals show one of my calves, but it just kind of gets down to the little things. And there's a couple individuals that kind of just stuck out a little bit, not just here in showmanship, but the way they've done all day as they've been in the ring. And I'm not a big stickler on asking a lot of questions, but I do ask a few questions to kind of help sort things out if it is that close. And everybody's got their own opinion on how showmanship is, but I mean, you need knowledge of your animal, but I think the main thing is how you handle your animal. And there's one individual out here that just done a tremendous job from the first time they've been in the ring to every time they've been in here, and just hasn't missed a beat. And I don't know if they practice this at home the way they walk with their animal, but just done a tremendous job. You watch his left foot. When his left foot's moving, his animal's left foot's moving. When his right front heifer's right foot's moving, it's moving. It's just tremendous balance. Your senior champion showman today, not that they're lined up in any position. You're all winners in my opinion, but I have to pick a champion in reserve. Your champion's going to be the young man right here. For reserve, it gets a little bit closer for me. Another individual hasn't been out here quite as much today, but he's done a really nice job. Was very knowledgeable on his questions. He kind of got a slight advantage of that. Reserve, we're going with this young man right here. Congratulations. They've all done a tremendous job, and you should be very proud of all your kids out here. Congratulations.
Okay, so your champion senior showman is K.O. Beer, and your reserve is Bo Colhagen. That award was sponsored by Beer Farms. Each year, if a student participates in showmanship, they get their name thrown in a hat and drawn out. And then if they are part of the showmanship, they can also win a halter. So in the senior showmanship division, the halter winner was Katie Ford. And so we have a halter up for Katie up here. And that halter was sponsored by Norman and Arlene Becker Memorial. So now we're going to be doing intermediate showmanship. So if you're in intermediate showmanship, make your way to the ring. So students that can be involved in intermediate, Easton Ogg, Logan Beer, Macy Mosier, Mila Mosier, Beth Coigan, Caroline Kuklahan, Clay Beer, Lauren Ford, Scout Kuklahan, and Charlie Ford. Again, that's voluntary, but if you're interested in intermediate, please make your way to the ring.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, big moment here. Really big moment. We've got another guest appearance. He's been waiting a long time for this. Mr. Andrew Schaefer, welcome to the Berne Witness webcast.
Thank you, Mary.
So maybe you can talk a little bit. You obviously went through the Adams County 4-H program and raising your kids in it. So talk a little bit about your experience and what it's like raising your kids now.
It is a lot of fun. When we were in it, we weren't as devoted to it as what we are now with our kids. We spend a lot more time and hours in the barn. It makes it a lot more fun when you're competitive instead of just doing it just to do it.
Yeah. Your one daughter is a 10-year member now, so you've at least survived a decade of raising kids in 4-H and putting in all that effort, and you've got 2 more that aren't too far behind.
4 more years. The twins are 15, and then Addie just graduated, and then I helped my niece, which got out 2 years ago, as a 10-year member. And when me and my wife started dating, I think my youngest sister-in-law was 12. So I've been at this for a while.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've been around the block here, especially in Adams County.
Yeah.
You and your wife, I was going to say, she was also extremely involved. So
she
it's
was a 10-year member.
Yeah.
She was a queen.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
I was going to say, it's a family affair for you guys.
It is.
For sure.
And it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. I love it. Maybe you can talk to a little bit, what kind of projects did you do that may be the same or different than what your daughters are doing?
I showed horse and pony for 10 years. They didn't have starter calf until my 9th year, and then I did it my 9th and 10th year. Now my girls show pigs, steers, and starter calves, and then do a bunch of the projects inside.
I was going to say, they're pretty successful in there, too.
Yes.
Just about anywhere you go, you can probably find one of the Schaefer girls, and they've done very, very successful. And I think that's a testament to your entire family being so invested from both sides.
Well, thank you.
Brought him on to flatter him a little bit. No.
I like it.
Yeah, there you go. Come on back anytime. No. But yeah, I was going to say, I'd love to hear, obviously, you're also really involved with making the fair happen. That's a big, you would kind of want to explain what your job looks like. Before the fair, you spend pretty much the whole year preparing, and then what it looks like during the fair also.
I am the fair board president. Leading up to the fair is just making decisions on what improvements we want to make for the year, what needs done to make the fair successful, making sure that the food's here, which we have Kurt and Nancy Kuhn that take care of most of the food part of it, and they do a phenomenal job. You see them to tell them thank you. They put in more hours than anybody else. During the fair, it's just kind of whatever needs done. Monday morning at 10 o'clock, we had a broken tile, so we couldn't wash the starter calves. So we dug a driveway up and put in a new tile. So it's just whatever needs done, we just do it.
Yeah. We've talked quite a bit, just the last couple shows with the last couple of people, that Adams County is extremely unique in the kind of community support that we have, the investment of like the 4-Hers and their families all being ready to jump in and help. Maybe you can talk a little bit from your side on the fair board, what that looks like to you guys and the support you guys get.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you can go up and ask anybody that's standing on the ringside or sitting in the bleachers if you need help. You can go ask, and they will go help you do whatever you need. One thing special about Adams County is the whole fair, or the whole fairgrounds, is mainly ran off of the dining hall and Clover Center, what we make that week. So if we get people to volunteer to help, so we're not having to pay people, that's keeping more money here to upgrade gates, roofs, siding, whatever we need. We are very blessed that we've always had it.
Yeah.
And that's because of the volunteers that help us out.
I was going to say, you guys have made a lot of just improvements to things around the fairgrounds. You guys have put in a lot of work here over the last couple of years. What's kind of the main thing that you guys maybe have just been working on, or things you're planning on working on? Anything crazy?
We send the thing out to all the different species, and we ask for suggestions on what their building needs or what the fairgrounds needs, what needs upgraded. And we'll usually start looking at that in about January and come up with something. But if people see things that they think needs updated or improved on, there's a suggestion box in the expo hall on the west end there. Put your suggestions in there because we're always needing them. It'd be really appreciated.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, I was going to say anything as far as from the Fair Board, if you can talk to the 4-H'ers, their families, some of the viewers that are supporting, what do you think, I guess, makes, you kind of mentioned what makes Adams County so special, but what do you think makes 4-H in just the week of the fair so unique and special?
I think it's the love-hate relationships. And what I mean by that is, you know, you have friends out here showing that you want to beat so bad. Mm. But then you end up getting beat by them. You go back to the barn, and it's congratulations, high fives, it's over. Let's go to the next class and try again.
A lot of cheering between for other families.
Yes,
I
mean, it doesn't matter who wins. At the end of the day, everybody's happy for each other and celebrating and making it a good time for everybody and not just about yourself. You're making it about everybody.
Yeah. Well, we even noted there's, in every species you have maybe some kids who have multiple animals in a specific class. And there's always 4-H'ers like standing in the wings ready to jump in if you have somebody in a pinch or an emergency needs to go in with an animal, and they're ready to jump in, ready to help, whatever you need.
Yeah, and it makes it very nice having the kids that are capable. I mean, a lot of these kids are very capable of showing any species. Mm-hmm. So if you need help, you don't have to look very far, and you know a majority of the kids standing around. So it's not awkward to go up and ask, hey, can you come help me?
Yeah.
Because you already know who they are and they and understand everything.
Well, to be honest, there's probably a good chance you maybe showed or were involved in 4-H with their parents to a degree.
Yes.
Yeah, that's all. I think that's another part of what makes Adams County unique is we referenced the amount of like kind of generational 4-H'ers, not just that they've all been involved in 4-H, but like their grandparents were Adams County 4-H'ers. Yeah. They've all kind of stayed very local.
Yeah, it is neat seeing the generations standing there. I seen them the other night out. They were taking starter calf or steer pictures, and there was 3 generations standing there, and that is really neat to see.
I was going to say, I'm sure that just kind of makes you emotional thinking of the amount of years of time and effort that each of these families has poured into being on the same fairgrounds in the same kind of projects and the investment in that program.
Yeah, it is really neat to see.
That's awesome. Well, I referenced it the other night, but I have to say a huge kudos to your wife and her sisters for making that backdrop look gorgeous. I mean, they pour in so much effort to that. And we were talking, and I said something. I was like, you know what? Most of the families are going to take that photo, and it might end up in a frame on their wall. And they were the ones who made that photo look gorgeous.
Actually, the backdrop for the photo booth is Jessica Schultz.
Okay.
Jessica does this one. My wife and sister-in-laws do the stage.
Got it.
So, yeah, shout out to Jessica because that is absolutely beautiful underneath there. And I think the stage looked great this year,
Well, I was going to say, the whole fairgrounds, it looks just incredible. I mean, you can tell that there's been a lot of effort put into it, for sure.
Because I know, like, just on the flower pots on the stage, they started them back in early May.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they thought this through.
Well, and it really, all year, like you said, you guys with the Fair Board, you're working all year. They're starting that early. It's a lot of work for 1 week of the year.
Yes. Yeah. Exhausting week. Exhausting week.
Yeah. It's a long but fulfilling week.
It is. It is.
Keeps
fun.
you coming back
Yep.
for sure. You haven't quit on the Fair Board yet.
15 years.
Yeah. I was going to say
I took 2 years off.
Okay.
So yeah.
So 15, just not consecutive years.
Just not consecutive.
Okay.
Yep. They, you're allowed 2 terms, and for some reason it got changed around COVID to 3 terms, and I did 3 terms. And then went off for a couple years and then came back this year.
Okay. Well, there you go. Well, thank you, Andrew, so much for sharing a little bit about the fair. And That's our Adams County Fair Board president, Mr. Andrew Schaefer.
Thanks, Mary.
Another outstanding group of showmen out here. Let's give this bunch a nice round of applause as well. They've all done a really nice job in their own right, and parents and supporters and helpers or whatever should be proud of each of these out here and encourage them to keep improving. And like I said, they've all done a really nice job. And there's just a couple individuals that kind of separated themselves for me today, not just out here now, but kind of as they've been in the ring throughout the day, and different things in the way they handle their animal and keeping their animal alert as they're out here, and giving me a good angle at all times. And like I said, I do ask a few questions, but I base most of my on how they handle their animal and different things. And a certain individual out here has just been on the money all day, and of course his heifer has to move for me now. But this young man right here is going to be your champion. Congratulations. It gets a little closer for me for reserve today. I had a couple kicked around back and forth, and just as time went on for reserve, we're going right down here with this young lady. She's going to be your reserve today. Congratulations. You've all done a really nice job. You should be proud of all of them.
Okay, so your champion intermediate showman was Clay Beer, and that award was sponsored by Norman Arlene Memorial. And your intermediate halter winner that was sponsored by Dr. Max Lehman Memorial goes to Logan Beer.
Okay, so it sounds like Clay was the winner.
Yeah, intermediate showmanship.
With Macy Mosier as the runner-up, and then Logan Beer was
Okay,
the
so now we
winner.
need our juniors. So if you're in the junior division and you want to be in the showmanship, Evie Ford, Fred Kunkel, Becca Ogg, Nora Graves, and Tyson Minnick. So after juniors, we're going to need our senior showmanship, intermediate showmanship winner, our junior showmanship winner, and any members that won Premier last year to come in for the Premier showmanship. We also want to take the time helping us out today. Last night, they had our ambassador program. They honored our ambassadors. And last night, Alyssa Frichte was awarded the Royal Ambassador for Adams County. And so she's going to serve in that role for the year. Alyssa is the daughter of Brandon and Elizabeth Frichte, and so she's been helping hand out awards today. So thank you, Alyssa, and congratulations.
Looks like we've got all of our junior showmanship kiddos walking here in the ring. You want to maybe read through some of our kids that we've got coming in?
Yeah, so this is going to be our youngest group, and as you can see, we got a lot of young ones in here. And so looks like we've got Evie Ford, who is a third grader. We've got Fred Kunkel, who's also a third grader. And we've got Becca Ogg in fourth grade, Charlie Ford in fifth grade, Nora Graves in fifth grade, and then Tyson Minnick in fifth grade. So this is a great group of young showmen who are going to be the future of this program, and that will be our showman, our senior showman in several years from now.
I feel like that's probably going to fly by quicker than anybody expects.
Yeah.
It's cool to see the two first-year members in here.
Yeah, that's great that we get some young involvement like that, because there's sometimes families that choose not to stick around for the showmanship show, but it's just a great opportunity for these kids to get an extra chance in the show ring and get some critiques from the judge and hear what they need to work on.
Yeah, showmanship's fully optional, so I mean, just kudos to any of the 4-Hers who chose to be a part of it and to put themselves out there for something like this, especially when it's them kind of being judged. It can be intimidating, but they decided to jump in.
And yeah, we'll see how he handles it differently from the other divisions. Obviously, these are younger guys and girls, so they're not quite as well established in this as the other ones, and they probably can't go quite as long. And so we'll just see how he does it differently for them versus what he did so far.
Yeah, I was going to say senior showmanship took anywhere probably 10-15 minutes. They were here in the ring. I know it was over 10 minutes, but I don't know how long it was. And then intermediate, he cut down a little. But, yeah, he really worked those seniors, I have to say.
Yeah.
They earned that one.
And something that I've noticed is that, as you can see now, he's doing a lot of having them walk, and then he'll randomly tell them all to stop. And he's just trying to see who's paying attention and how quick are they going to react to that. And are they listening? Are they paying attention? Are they doing what he's asking them to? And how quickly can they then set up their animal when he does tell them to stop?
Yeah. It's kind of the efficiency of it. How can they do it well and the quickest?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that he just had them all stop here again. It's very interesting to kind of see.
It's kind of like a red light, green light
Yeah.
cow version.
Yeah, a little bit. I love watching the kids' faces as he's asking them questions and talking to them. It's funny. Looks like he's having them all pull into a new lineup here. I always think it's got to be one of the most nerve-wracking things to be the first 4-H member walking in the ring. Yeah. You kind of got to take the marching orders and lead everybody else. Like, yes, everybody's going to follow you.
Especially as these young ones who are, you're new to this and you haven't really had much involvement in showmanship especially. And so once he starts doing things that you're not used to, it definitely is
throws your rhythm off a little bit.
And sometimes that's the judge's goal, is just to kind of do things differently to see how you respond and react to them.
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, these juniors, they're very calm and collected, which I really appreciate. That you can tell that they're just kind of, they're cool and they're calm.
Yeah, and you can tell that some of their animals are kind of getting stubborn on them.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've had a long day.
They're ready to be done for the day.
That's the hard part, I think, of having showmanship at the end of the day. Some of those cows they get a little worn out. Sometimes the kids do too, for that matter.
Yeah.
But some of the cows just get sick and tired of standing on their feet and walking in circles.
Looks like we're going to hear from the judge now.
Really nice group of junior showmen out here. Kids got a bright future ahead of them and all doing a really nice job in their own respect. And I appreciate the animal size they got out here. I think an important part of showmanship is select an animal that kind of fits you. I don't have anything against kids showing cows or whatever, but not a big fan of a first-year member maybe showing a big old age cow or something. I think you need to find something a little more appropriate for your size and everything, and I think they've all done a nice job with that. And not saying that take anything away from some, but I think it's nice to have a nice balance with the animal you're exhibiting. They've all done a really nice job, and all got a few things they can improve on, but I certainly appreciate them coming out here, and I think the future is bright here for your dairy show. And with that, I'm really proud of them. And there's a couple that kind of stuck out for me today a little bit, and maybe not always had their animal set up exactly like I'd like to see it. Might get them stretched out too far or not keeping them straight in line or whatever. But in general, they've done a really nice job and seem to be really happy out here doing what they're doing. And with that, we're going to have a winner here. This young lady right here is going to be your winner. For reserve, it gets a little closer for me, but the young man down here with the Holstein's done a really nice job. He's going to be your reserve today. Congratulations. You should be proud of all of them.
Okay, so your junior champion showman was Nora Graves, and that award again is sponsored by Dr. Max Lehman Memorial and Ladine Lehman. And your reserved was Becca Ogg. Your junior halter winner was Becca Ogg. And so that halter was sponsored as a memorial as well. Before we start our premiere, we do want to take a second to honor a member that's been lost in the dairy community. So if we have a minute here, we want to read. Last night, if you were here, you got to witness the Mosier family as the Grand Marshal for the Adams County. And on behalf of Ronnie Lee Mosier, age 77, of rural Geneva, Indiana, he passed away Sunday, October 19th in 2025 at his home on Pleasant Ridge Farm. He was born on Monday, July 5th, 1948 in Decatur, Indiana, to the late Hugh David and Catherine Lucille Fields Mosier. Ronnie graduated in 1966 in the last class of Geneva High School, where he was class president and attended Purdue University. He served his country in the Army National Guard. He attended the Bridge Community Church in Berne. He served as the FFA state president in 1968. He pursued a dairy farming, milking, and breeding Jersey cattle career for more than 2 decades. Ronnie served as the American Jersey Cattle Association as a senior traits appraiser and area representative, logging thousands of miles and tens of thousands of cows across the country. His steady work ethic and deep cow sense made him a cornerstone of the AJCA classification program. He set a standard not just for how to evaluate cattle, but for how to live with a purpose. Ronnie's passion carried him far beyond Indiana as he bred and exhibited many champion jerseys all on levels and held the honors of premier breeder at many places, including the Royal Winter Fair and the World Dairy Expo for 3 consecutive years. He judged shows at every level across the U.S. and internationally in Canada, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, and Guatemala, and stood in the center rings at events like the National Jersey Jug Fertility and the Premier National Jersey Show. Yet even on the biggest stage, he never lost sight of cows or the kids who made it all matter. Ronnie was a member of the Berne American Legion. Again, we want to take a second to have a moment of silence and recognize Ronnie Mosier. So please take a second. Thank you. All right, so we are going to move on to Premier Showmanship. And for the Premier Showmanship, we need from your senior division, Kale Beer. Intermediate Showmanship, Clay Beer. and junior showmanship, Nora Graves.
Well, that was really cool to kind of get some time to honor Ronnie and to have a moment of silence. I know so many of his family members here, obviously with the Mosher clan, they've got a lot of cows here, a lot of people, and are really a huge part of the dairy project here in Adams County.
Yeah, and it was great to be able to honor him after Nora Graves was able to win the junior showmanship.
Yeah, perfect timing.
Yes. So as the family gets a showmanship accomplishment and then head into premier showmanship now. And so we're going to go ahead and start off with this. Obviously, Nora Graves from the junior showmanship. We've got Clay Beer from the intermediate, and we've got Kale Beer out of senior. And so it looks like that is our only 3 for this year. At times we'll see more, but that's dependent on if somebody has previously won the senior division, then they would come back. But it appears that anybody who has done that has now finished their 10 years, and so these are the 3 that we've got.
Yeah, I was going to say they're all competing to be the premier champion dairy showman, and then that one person will then represent the dairy project in supreme showmanship tonight, showing all 8 species.
Yes.
I think they do dairy, starter calves, beef, poultry, sheep, goats, horse and pony, and I know there's one more that I'm missing. Chickens, poultry. So all 8 of those species. It's a lot different to show a dairy cow from a chicken. So they've maybe got some research to do after whoever it is wins premier here to practice up for tonight.
Yeah, and I feel like that these ones are at a slight disadvantage for that because just looking back throughout the week, if you won, say, sheep and Saturday morning, then you knew what you had coming, and so you were able to start practicing, start studying. But these guys are somebody's going to win right now, and they're going to have about 5 hours until their supreme showmanship starts, and so it's kind of a quick turnaround for them. I'm sure that they've kind of been prepping if they felt confident that they could get there, but it's definitely not as much time that they have to set aside to practice and prepare for that as other breeds do.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, the timing of the shows is sometimes hard because no matter how you order the shows, whoever shows this morning is always going to have the least amount of time to just prepare.
Yeah.
But it looks like I might be mistaken here. I think if not maybe both of the Beer Boys have been in Supreme before. So
yeah, I believe so.
If one of those 2 happen to win, that's potentially an advantage that they've done that contest before, and the maybe lack of prep time today could be swayed by having some experience in the competition.
But yeah, it would definitely be a big experience for Nora if she was to win. Being in 5th grade, that would be I
was going to say, as a young member, that would be a really cool accomplishment.
Yes, it would be.
I think in 5th grade I would have been so intimidated by all of the big things, but she seems very confident and cool and collected, so I think she could probably go out there and do pretty well.
Yeah.
Well, this is going to wrap up the show here for today, and I certainly like to take the opportunity to thank you for asking me to come up here and judge your show today. It's been an extreme honor and a pleasure, and seen some outstanding individual animals and even some better kids out here, and you should all be very proud of them. I love the crowd we got here watching the kids today and supporting the kids. Give yourselves all a pat on the back. Everybody got the animals ready today, and before today, you should be very proud. Animals came out here and looked exceptional. then the good Lord blessed us with a beautiful day today. Get a day like this in July, you better be pretty thankful. So just a quick story on Ron Mosier real quick. Had the opportunity, he came down and judged at Jackson County a couple different times. Just an outstanding individual. When I was a kid growing up, we just basically showed at the county fair, and occasionally would go to the state fair and get a watch or whatever, and really thought that was cool. And as I got in high school and got my license, I got asked to go along with some other people and help them out at the state fair, and kind of got around to see some people or whatever. And I'll never forget when I saw Ronnie at the state level or whatever, and I was like, this guy, he just walking around, he's got big roll of paper towels, and he's wiping more butts than anybody I ever seen. But he was just always super nice to me. I mean, I was a nobody, and first time I met Ronnie, he didn't treat me any different, and even on down the road, and we've been fortunate and had a little success over the years or whatever, and just an outstanding individual, and just an honor to get to know Ronnie and that. But that's a little on that, and like I said, it's just been a privilege to be here to judge your show and see these outstanding individual animals, and the kids have done a nice job. So with that, I appreciate you having me here. I hope everyone has a great summer and fall, and I got to get you a champion in reserve, and it's an honor for me to do that out here, and just an individual just hasn't missed a beat all day. This is going to be your Supreme right here. You're awesome, buddy. Congratulations. For reserve, it gets a little bit closer for me, but the young man with the other host thing, she doesn't always cooperate for him, but he doesn't lose his sense of control and stays right after it. But all of you have done a nice job. Should all be very proud of all your kids. It's been a pleasure. Thank you.